tell.
Isn't me. Okay, that was in the room. But there was okay. Is it just in the room? Can the stream hear? But it's like delayed in here. But we've been an echo. That's as high as the. For the internet. There's an echo in the room, and my ADHD, it cannot. Don't do some lights. Papa Ken. Are we? Test for the room. Test for the room. Okay. It's working for the room. Is this going to the screen? Does the screen hear this? Is the display? Oh, they say testing, testing. Heard her more clearly for a second, now nothing. We aggressively heard you. All right. Okay. Just still checking the audio. It's too quiet. Is this too sensitive? Is this mic picking up the room? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, 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 hello. Everything is a big crisis. Samuel, can you hear us? Sam can hear us. And the room can hear us. Oh, dear God.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you turn the room up a little? Are we good to start? Okay.
Hello. Hello and welcome. Uh, all right. Sorry for the delay, everyone. We have all of the folks online now, or we have you in the room here as well, but when we were trying to hear echo and okay, same setup. No! You didn't change anything! This is one of us to learn sign language, because then didn't touch anything. Did we save the changes before she dismissed them? We changed it and we didn't click save. Grasping for anything here. It doesn't even have a save. I'm just. No. It's doing the same thing. I'm dead. Something? Okay, maybe.
So it is sending through somewhere. Wait, why can I hear you and they can't? Sounds like she's talking under.
Yeah. Anytime it's interesting, kind of those.
So it is sending.
I love this for us. This is. Hello.
Wait, hold on.
For the folks in the room. For the love of God, while we wait, please eat the pastries in the back. Please, there's yogurt, there's pastries. Please, make me feel less bad that you're sitting here. Share some. This is another audio test. Will sound good. Stream. So can you hear me?
So, I can hear
Okay.
like maybe 20%. It kind of comes and goes, and a little bit, it's not very clear.
All right, I'm just gonna keep talking. Is it
Okay.
sound, we're messing with dials. Dials are being turned.
Sounds a little bit better now.
We're seeming potentially-ish. We're still pressing buttons over here.
Yeah,
okay.
it's sounding as clear as it sounded so
right.
far today.
All right, this is a audio test, one final audio test. We're getting some head shakes. Folks in Discord, on a scale of 1 to awful, is this accessible? All right, I'm getting, that sounds way better. What did we do? Okay, 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. So, we unplugged a cable. That's literally it. Why that worked, we don't know. We have no idea, but we unplugged a singular cable and then everything started working. All right, for the staff of the Game Accessibility Conference, we joke that every year we find a new thing to break. We never have the same problem twice. And so this was a new fun one. This is officially the most off schedule we've ever been. Yeah, it's a first for everything. I'm glad I got to experience that with you guys today. All right, well, hello, my name is Tara Velker, and I'm the co-director of the Game Accessibility Conference, along with my co-conspirator, Ian Hamilton, who's sitting over here in the front. He will hide a lot. If there's one thing that Ian does not like, it's hearing the sound of his own voice, which is why when we kick off his video, he will immediately disappear into the ether because he hates that. But we're not quite there yet. So welcome for everyone here in person. As I was begging during the audio issues, there is breakfast in the back. Please eat it, enjoy. We're excited to have you all here, and thank you again so much for your patience while we were getting started. For everyone watching online, so we are streaming on Zoom, which is the recommended place to watch, but we will also have YouTube as a backup. Now, we recommend watching on Zoom as the primary Zooming experience because it's more accessible, it has more options, you can customize the placement and size of the captions, you can make our interpreter as big as small as you need them, but we understand that for whatever reason you may not be able to watch it live. The YouTube backup is there and you can scrub through if you miss something. A bit of other information for those here in person today. So we do have a quiet room available. So if you need to go to the quiet room, you will exit out any of these main doors and literally go all the way down to the right. And there is a room there. If you need any help finding it, please ask any of our fantastic staff members, and they would be more than happy to show you where that is. If you see staff running around, the giant Viking Max is our kind of front of house guy. When in doubt, find Max. He will, if he can't do it himself, he'll hand you off to the person that can. So if you need an easy point of reference. Now, for those of you who haven't attended before, the presentations are going to be happening both here at this table that we're pretending is a podium because today just really didn't want to go as we wanted it to. But all of the conversations, all of the networkings, all of the Q&As will be in Discord. So how we have it set up is each talk will have its own individual channel. We do ask that you stay on topic and keep the conversation relevant to that channel and that talk. Now, we are a group that likes to be friendly, that likes to gossip, that likes to show off our food, snacks, pets, and clothes, and that is why we have our off-topic channels. So I highly recommend that you show off everything that's happening, and I really want to see pictures of people's pets at home. Also, you can do that right in Discord. We do also, for in-person again, have our promotion and business card table, which is kind of outside these middle doors. So if you want to leave information about your program, business cards, leave stickers, any of that, that is where you'll be able to do that. And that is welcome to share for everyone. And I don't have the sponsor list in front of me. That's okay. Look at this. We're working on the fly. Haha. So events like this, we can't make happen without our sponsors. Ian and I were actually just talking yesterday about our first accessibility event that we ever tried to plan, which was a literal and utter failure in every sense of the word. We were organizing a meetup alongside GDC, and we had a venue space that basically it was, you know, a minimum amount of spend, or if you didn't reach that spend, just renting it out. And Ian and I were so confident. We're like, oh yeah, like no problem. Like if everyone just gets like 2 items, like we are going to hit this, no issues. I believe we had 4 people show up, not including, wait, no, including ourselves? No. Yeah, no, there were 4 of us. We did not hit the minimum spend. We were really, really lucky because we had, much like we have rotating in our reception today, we had our quote slides that were kind of talking about game accessibility and everything. And we just got really lucky that the person working that venue both felt very sorry for us and also was really moved and thought the slides and quotes we were sharing were really empowering. And so basically gave us a free pass on not actually being able to pay them the amount of money we were supposed to pay them. And from that moment forward, Ian and I were like, sponsors! We're gonna have sponsors. We're not gonna do an event again without sponsors because that's how we're able to do these things. So the fact that we're able to keep in-person costs so low for attending, being able to offer tickets to people who are recently laid off, allowing all of the videos to be on Zoom and on YouTube for free are all because of our sponsors. And this year more than any other year, with the impacts and the trials and tribulation of the industry, it's more important than ever that we've been able to do that. So I want to start the day by thanking our sponsors. So coming in at gold to this year, we have Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox coming in at gold. So thank you for the sponsors. Coming in at silver, we have Riot Games, Descriptive Video Works, Accessible Games Initiative, which you'll get to hear more about later, and Amazon Games. Also, shout out to Descriptive Video Works for hanging with the big dogs there. They're a little company, coming in at silver. So shout out. And then finally, at bronze, we have Ubisoft, Shell Games, Playtest Cloud, Bungie, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, and finally, Shara. Shara, if you don't know, is me and my best friend's couple name. Shane plus Tara equals Shara. And the Shara sponsorship is literally just money from people who aren't a company, who care about game accessibility. A lot of times, Shara is like, me streaming on Twitch doing something stupid and people being like, here's $5 for accessibility. And then we take all those individual dollars and put it towards a sponsorship for the event like this. And so I always just want to call out, it's amazing to have big companies, throwing big money to make something like this happen. But individual donations and individual dollars really, really do make a difference. So thank you to them. And one more round of applause for our bronze sponsors, please. And now we are going to go into our first talk. We're going to kick off the Game Accessibility Conference the same way we always do, with the news update video from Ian, where he will tell us all the hot goss from the last 6 months in gaming accessibility. Ian's like, I did not say hot goss. Do not pin that on me. All right, let's check it out.
Hello, welcome. I am Ian. I am one of the people who helps to put these events on. And when I'm not doing that, I am also an accessibility specialist working.
Hi, stream. We can't hear him in the room. You guys can hear him though, so that's great. Oh my God, did we just, okay.
In advocacy and consultancy. Each time we start the conference, we kick it off with a news update, a look at some examples of the progress that we've seen in the 6 months since the last edition of the conference, some of which you'll be hearing about in more detail across the next 2 days. Even though they're just examples, there's still a lot for me to try and fit in, so it will be quite
So sorry, stream.
A news update, a look at some examples of the progress that we've seen in the 6 months since the last edition of the conference, some of which you'll be hearing about in more detail across the next 2 days. Even though they're just examples, there's still a lot for me to try and fit in, so it will be quite an intense info dump. But don't feel like you need to keep notes or lit things up, because at the end I will give you a document that has links to everything that I'm going to talk about today. I've grouped it into 6 topics: assistive tech, resources for players and developers, events, games, and people. So first up, assistive tech, innovations in hardware and software that sit outside of the games themselves. First up, we have playability, which has now officially hit its V.
Hello, test. Test. We're doing another microphone test. We get thumbs up from them. Okay.
Hello, welcome. I am Ian. I am one of the people who helps to put these events on. And when I'm not doing that, I am also an accessibility specialist working in advocacy and consultancy. Each time we start the conference, we kick it off with a news update, a look at some examples of the progress that we've seen in the 6 months since the last edition of the conference, some of which you'll be hearing about in more detail across the next 2 days. Even though they're just examples, there's still a lot for me to try and fit in, so it will be quite an intense info dump. But don't feel like you need to keep notes or lit things up, because at the end I will give you a document that has links to everything that I'm going to talk about today. I've grouped it into 6 topics: assistive tech, resources for players and developers, events, games, and people. So first up, assistive tech, innovations in hardware and software that sit outside of the games themselves. First up, we have playability, which has now officially hit its V1 release. This is Windows software that lets you map a range of external inputs to act as regular controllers. So that includes things like head movements, facial gestures, joysticks on powered wheelchairs, and also now voice commands too. Next, the Catch-22 PS5 interface, which greatly expands the number and type of devices that can be connected to the PlayStation Access controller. The NUAD one-handed controller, which we will be hearing a bit more about tomorrow. And our friends over at Makers Making Change launched their game kits, which are big bundles of assistive tech aimed at companies, exhibitors, community spaces, and organisations. They don't have a fixed price because it depends on each buyer's needs, but compared to the thousands of dollars that similar bundles have historically cost elsewhere, theirs is drastically cheaper. And it also acts as a fundraiser. So the money from purchasing these directly funds their work to build assistive tech for individual disabled players. And there have also been some fun updates to platforms too. Firstly, the new audio focus settings for the PS5, which lets you choose audio profiles to match different types of hearing loss. And Steam OS has added a whole bunch of system accessibility features, including UI scaling, high contrast mode, and screen reader. They're primarily for Steam Deck and also the Lenovo Legion Go S, but some of the features actually also work on Steam Big Picture mode too. And they've also been very clear that this is just an early step on a longer roadmap too, with a specific call out for feedback from the community. I will give you a link for that at the end. And last, but by no means least, the launch of the Switch 2. I promised you last time that I was going to go into a bit more detail on it once it launched. So here you go. Joining the original Switch features like remapping and zoom, we also now have some quite spectacular text scaling. There's mono audio, there's live transcription between text and voice for game chat, and there's also the first version of their menu text-to-speech too, so covering the first tranche of key menus in the OS in the same way as the initial versions of the Xbox and PlayStation equivalents did. Also in common with Xbox, there is controller backwards compatibility, which is a huge boon for people who have existing assistive technology setups that they want to bring with them to their new console. While all the platforms still have a long way to go, with a great deal more that everyone could do to enable access, these updates for Steam and the Switch 2 are huge. This is because they mean that we are now living in a world where all major gaming platforms, from phones to consoles to handhelds, have not just features, but actually substantial accessibility feature sets. And we already know where that leads to. The PlayStation audio focus settings that I just mentioned earlier are a perfect example of the innovation that inevitably follows once that door has been opened. So what's happened this year is a hugely important landmark for the industry, something for us all to celebrate. It hasn't just been about AT though. Next up we have resources, starting with resources for players. And in the past 6 months, that has all been about enabling informed purchase decisions. Starting with a bang, the reveal trailer for FC26 featured accessibility right from the first time that players ever saw the game, with a look at their high contrast mode. And I will come back to that feature again later. And similarly, Ninja Gaiden 4 gave a difficulty showcase at the Tokyo Game Show just a couple of days ago, including the reveal of their accessibility assists. This kind of high impact showcasing from FC26 and Ninja Gaiden is so important. Getting the info out there where players are looking, ensuring all of your target audience is able to get in on the hype, get their pre-orders in, and giving you maximum time for that word of mouth publicity to circulate throughout the community. Diablo took it further still with a whole mini documentary about the development of their functionality for blind and low vision players called Seeing Beyond. It is immaculately produced and really, really great content. I would highly recommend checking it out. And it also has a nice shout out to the community in it as well, with Drew McCrory personally thanking the Sightless Slayers Discord server for their input. Next up, Playdate. Here the platform itself is giving out collective accessibility information about a whole season's worth of games. And not just marketing positive accessibility, but actually giving full transparency about the demands that the games make. Steam announced and soon after launched an accessibility tagging system, so giving developers checkboxes for a range of features which are then filterable and also shown directly on product pages. Now this is actually a bit of a double-edged sword. While it is great that players have more information and great that developers get more discoverability, it's having some teething problems around accuracy, and also from the fact that it is almost but not quite the same as the Accessible Games Initiative tagging criteria. This is causing significant stress and expense for a lot of multi-platform games, particularly big companies' QA teams who now have to evaluate all this stuff painstakingly against multiple different sets of criteria. But it's really close. It would only take a few minor tweaks for the criteria to then be close enough that if somebody tested against the AGI, they would then just be able to automatically put its tick against all of Steam's too. So I hope it'll be possible for that to happen. And if it's something that you personally want to happen to, then please be sure to let Steam know. And lastly, something a little bit different. Xsolla launched trials functionality for their cloud gaming platform. This means time-limited demos of games directly in the browser. It has been thought of and marketed in terms of being a tool for acquisition and conversion, but actually it's hugely beneficial for accessibility too, letting disabled players experiment and experience for themselves whether the game works for them before having to decide whether to invest. The downturn in the development of demos was really keenly felt by a lot of players in the community because it removed that source of vital information. So to see a potential resurgence like this is really awesome. The next topic I have for you is developer resources, starting with a few nice shiny new dev tools. If you are working in Unreal, as of 5.6 and improved again in 5.7, there's now an experimental but official engine plugin for subtitles, closed captions and scene descriptions. The biggie here is that they can be decoupled from sounds. So you can have them start and stop when you want, instead of them being forcibly tied to the duration of an audio clip. It also uses a UMG widget for the actual display of the text, which then in turn makes it easier for that styling to be modified by settings. Next we've got something a little more specific, Roblox. Roblox have introduced text scaling. Now this is a big deal. Firstly, because the ability to let players scale text is a vital feature for all developers anywhere, directly impacting what is by far the most commonly complained about accessibility issue. But secondly, they've just gone ahead and turned it on in all games made in Roblox. And it all just works nicely out of the box for surprisingly a lot of them. And for others, the game developers need to go and do some work to adapt their UI to play nicely with it. So they've had a year-long beta period to give people a window to do that work, which has just finished. Then if for whatever reason they really don't want their text to be scalable, then it is possible to disable it, but it's on by default. I'm sure most of you already know this, but for the few that don't, Roblox is huge. Pushing this out to all games made in Roblox means making substantial inroads on a huge accessibility issue across literally millions of games. And not only that, but Roblox is a fertile training ground for young developers, so getting lessons and experience like this in early is really invaluable. The Godot engine also had a huge accessibility upgrade in the form of integrating Access Kit, which communicates between the UI and the operating system's accessibility layer, giving access to things like external screen readers, which is critically important for people with sight loss, and for a bunch of other reasons too, not least of which is enabling legal compliance. And it also already applies to a chunk of the editor itself, meaning that too can work as screen readers. So blind people can not just play, but actually move closer towards being able to create games with Godot too. It's still early days for accessibility in Godot, but they've been very clear that this is just one step of many, so there should be lots of nice stuff to come in the future. And hot on the heels of Godot came Unity 6.3, which again included a big accessibility upgrade. Unity had already started on their journey towards full screen reader support, and 6.3 is another big step on that path. Expanding support from mobiles to now covering Windows and Mac screen reader as well as other things like improved documentation, support for scrolling, and a wider range of supported UI roles, like container views, drop-down lists, and text fields. So if you want to know more about this, Bianca from Unity will be giving a talk about it at Unite next month. Screen reader compatibility is so essential, and lack of engine support has been an enormous barrier to it, and something that many people have been fighting to change for nearly 20 years. So to see those walls finally crumbling is incredible. Moving on from tools, we've got a whole stack of informational resources, starting with Rebellion continuing their run of transparency, sharing feature usage data on Atomfall this time. So you can see there are over 100,000 controller schemes modified and 15,000 players turning NPC highlights on. And the ESA are now including disability data in their annual Essential Facts research. That showed 21% of adult players in the USA reporting being disabled. That number might sound substantial, but actually it's worth noting that there are lots of people who come up against accessibility barriers in games who don't personally identify as disabled. So in fact, that 21% is actually a very conservative number. Prevalence aside, text size came out as the most important accessibility issue by a significant margin, no surprise there, followed by difficulty settings, camera comfort, and subtitles. Half of people aged 60 to 80 play every week, and over a third of people in their 80s now game, with obvious implications for accessibility. Another body, Australia's e-Safety Commissioner, published research into online gaming experiences of disabled kids. 9 out of 10 of them play online games, and for some substantially different reasons and motivations to other kids, and with tons of positive impact on their lives. But they were also far more likely to experience bullying, griefing, and intentional exclusion than other children, far more likely to be exposed to hateful or violent content than other kids too, and even 50% more likely to have experienced sexually inappropriate or grooming behaviour, which all has implications for the various safety pushes around the industry at the moment. We've also had some new guidance on practices too. Unreal published a lengthy technical article on accessibility for technical artists based on presentations that Camille Kay gave at GDC and Inside Unreal. Safe in Our World launched their Workplace Accessibility Toolkit, created in collaboration with Radders and EasySurf, giving advice on how to ensure everyone has equal access to and opportunity to participate in work. At the last event, I spoke a bit about the European Accessibility Act, which brings in some strict legal requirements for games targeted at players in the EU. So a quick recap, it has some light requirements around player-to-player communication. So you are not allowed to provide voice chat alone, you must also have text chat alongside it, which then in turn fits in with the requirements from CVAA legislation in the USA, which defines how that text chat and voice chat has to be delivered in an accessible way. The European Accessibility Act also has really detailed requirements about e-commerce, which it defines as transactions taking place through websites or mobile apps. So, if you have a website like selling your game that has transactions occurring within it, it now has to comply with rigorous accessibility requirements. Broadly in line with WCAG 2.1, this is a very well established standard that anybody working in web development should be familiar with. And if you have a mobile game or a web game that has transactions taking place within it, that's then also covered by these same requirements. The compliance deadline for this was back in July, and the first high-profile legal cases are already being brought. There have been some resources going up to help companies in the games industry get their heads around it, and if they aren't compliant already, ensure they can be as soon as possible. One of these resources, the one that's on the screen at the moment, is from Player Research, and the other one is from the IGDA Game Accessibility SIG. The SIG one also covers another law which recently passed its compliance deadline, which I also mentioned last time, called GPSR, the General Product Safety Regulation, which was a refresh of Europe's product safety laws to clarify that software available in the EU counts as products, and therefore steps have to be taken to ensure that it is safe. So that could mean, for example, things like photosensitive epilepsy. It's all serious stuff, and there is a fair bit of both confusion and lack of awareness. So if you have a legal team, you really need to be chatting with them about both these laws ASAP. And hopefully these resources can act as starting points to lead into those qualified conversations. Changing tack slightly, here is something more forward-facing. Not a resource yet, but the starting point for the creation of resources. The American Council for the Blind has an initiative called the Audio Description Project, which has just launched a gaming audio description subcommittee. The goal of this is to advocate, communicate, educate, to document good practices and provide resources to developers and players alike. It's made up of advocates, gamers and industry experts, so if you want to get involved, then please go and hit them up. It's also a landmark in its own right too. Traditional advocacy orgs have often been slow to get behind accessibility in games, so to see a big player like this putting a specific game accessibility initiative in place is great. And for a fine note to end this section, we have a book. It's called Taking Video Out of the Game, a Game Developer's Guide to Total Blind Accessibility. This was Brandon Cole's final work. He was in the last stages of writing this at the time that we lost him. Since then, Misty has been beavering away getting it edited and ready for print, and as of last week, it is now available. We've had a few nice things happening in the world of events too. Firstly, events about accessibility. The TH Köln University in Germany ran a four-day seminar on inclusive game development, exploring both accessible game design and accessible gaming tech. The FTG 25 Academic Research Conference in Austria set this year's primary theme to be on game accessibility, with a wide range of papers and panels on the topic. Many Cats Studios ran their first Impact Day, which was a digital mini-conference bringing together disabled and neurodivergent professionals to talk about their role, career or progression in the games industry. So, between Impact Day, GAConf, the Game Accessibility Gathering, the Tencent Game Accessibility Symposium, and Nothing Without Us, that's now 5 dedicated game accessibility events in the UK alone. Which is a clear message to all the other countries. You all really need to be upping your game. There's also been more progress in accessibility of mainstream gaming events. Able Gamers Brazil's partnership with Gamescom LATAM has ratcheted up another gear. So as well as the usual accessibility area with tech showcases and assistants and so on, they now have every single game from the whole trade show all playable using assistive tech in the accessibility area. And they also managed to secure accessibility upgrades to the entire show. So things like wheelchair access, dedicated quiet spaces, priority queues and discounted tickets. And just over the past few days, we've also had something similar at the Tokyo Game Show for the first time. A dedicated accessibility area with showcase of existing tech, but also some tech companies showing off prototype advances in accessibility-focused AR and AI. And of course, Xbox's Tokyo Game Show broadcast with the usual captioning, signing and audio description in Japanese as well as English, and upping the game further with that Ninja Gaiden showcase that I mentioned earlier. Which brings me neatly onto my favourite bit of the talk, the thing that everything else is ultimately in service of, which is more accessible games. This is where we get to celebrate the work and dedication of both the developers and their communities that's led to all the great releases hitting in the past 6 months. This is where it gets intense. It's going to be a really quick barrage of loads of names. But again, they will all be included in that document at the end, which also has links to exactly what each one of them has done. And also lists some other games that I don't have time to mention in the talk too. So please check them all out. The examples that we have to learn from are growing with each passing day. And we're in it together. People are usually very happy to share and chat about their work. So starting with games with bigger teams and budgets. Things have been a little quieter here than the previous 6 months, but there's still some really nice examples. Games like Doom, The Dark Ages, Borderlands 4, Blades of Fire, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and EA Sports landing a whole bunch. College Sports Football 26, NHL 26, F1 25, and FC 26. And those last two in particular, although it doesn't yet have menu narration, F1 25 added in a whole suite of audio cues, making the racing gameplay itself playable by people who are completely blind, in a similar way to Forza before it. And FC 26 adding in a bunch of upgrades, and most notably the high contrast settings that I mentioned earlier, because it's actually possible to use them in competitive player versus player games, which, as far as I'm aware at least, is the first time that a AAA game has taken that step. And small studios too, making games like Abiotic Factor and Squeak Ross. You'll be hearing more about their innovations during the conference, and lots of others too, like Trash Goblin, The Rogue Prince of Persia, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, Shinobi Art of Vengeance, Wordplay, Spray Paint Simulator, Space Invaders 1 button for the Commodore 64, Despelote, Oppidum, and a whole bunch more. Lots of patches for existing games too, like accessibility shortcuts for Star Wars Outlaws, color picker, rotation assist, and single button attack in World of Warcraft, auto drive in Cyberpunk, colorblind accessibility for Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and lots more in other games like Fallout 76, Old the Devil, Drop Duchy, Lonely Mountain Snow Riders, Funko Fusion, and, as always, Sea of Thieves. And also a bucket load of remakes and remasters opening up to broader audiences too, adding everything from photosensitivity trigger reduction to game speed settings, high contrast modes, all the way through to industry-leading UI narration covering things like ammo and interacts. That's across games like Heretic and Hexen, Tony Hawk's, Days Gone Remastered, Gears of War Reloaded, Talos Principle Reawakened, System Shock 2 25th Anniversary Remaster, GAConf Fighting Collection 2, and Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalachi Chronicles, demonstrating again how possible and vital it is to take that opportunity that Remake gives you to bring accessibility up to or surpassing modern day standards. That brings me on to the final topic, the people who make it all happen. This is normally a nice happy note to end things on, but recently things have been not so positive. So I need to give a content warning now that I'm going to be talking about some pretty rough stuff over the next couple of minutes. Back at the start of the summer, we had the story breaking about Mark Barley and Able Gamers. So Able Gamers staff coming forward with whistleblower accounts of abuse. Stories which, unfortunately, came as no surprise at all to many of us outside of Able Gamers who also endured it ourselves from him over the years. People who felt unable to speak out due to fear of reprisal, but have at least now been able to have supportive conversations with peers now that it's all out in the open. I'm not going to get into all the details of it here, but the upshot is that there's been a close to complete turnover of staff at the charity, which has included some great people, real champions of accessibility, who appear to have just quit the field altogether, which is crushing to see. And we've lost good people for other reasons too, like the very sad loss of Patrick Gass at Insomniac. And also because of the general state of the industry. Up until now, accessibility had fared pretty well through the storm of redundancies over the past couple of years, but that's now changed, with cuts and closures at places like Xbox, Bethesda, Turn 10, Monolith, Naughty Dog, and so on, meaning a lot of good accessibility people have now lost their jobs. The past 6 months is the first time, I think, that the total industry accessibility headcount has shrunk. But it's not all doom and gloom. Firstly, because some people, thankfully, have been snapped up very quickly, like Mila Pavlin by Wizards of the Coast, Joe Kulik by Playtest Cloud, and Nihar Chintala by Turtle Rock. And actually, I think all three of them are in the room today. And secondly, because it actually presents a unique opportunity. It had been getting increasingly difficult to hire people with good experience, but actually now there is a lot of great talent on the market. So if you have been thinking about creating any roles, doing any hiring, now is your chance. Get in now before somebody else does. An opportunity to like this, I hope at least, isn't going to happen again anytime soon. Here are some examples of experienced accessibility folk currently on the market. James Berg, Nick Heindel, Josh Dietrich, Derek Gruber, Rodrigo Sanchez, Clinton Lexer. And there are new roles being created internally and open vacancies too, like the senior product manager role at Riot and the accessibility focused remote QA role for Lionbridge. And on that note, a quick reminder that there is a well-used channel for job openings on the conference Discord server. So if you are looking for a job or have a job to post, please make use of it. And after all that, we do have 2 people in new, dedicated, full-time game accessibility positions to welcome. And they are Alison Weiss, who is now Technical Accessibility Designer at Santa Monica Studio, and Daniela Decker, who brings a wealth of accessibility experience to the new position of Executive Director of the Games Accessibility Initiative with the ESA. She has literally just started there and is speaking here tomorrow, so I think that might even be her first public appearance in the role. So, as always, a warm welcome to the community to both of you. And in closing, there is no escaping the fact that we are going through some tough times, which, as Tara is always banging the drum for, makes it all the more important to celebrate the successes and the progress. Putting these news talks together always helps me personally to see everything in perspective and appreciate just how much things are still progressing in spite of everything. And it's collective. It's because of the combined work of everybody involved and the open and collaborative nature of the accessibility field. So I hope this talk has been as useful for you as it has been for me. All that's left for me now is to finally share that link dump document, which contains everything from this talk, plus some more things too. You can find that at tinyurl.com/GAConf 25. So tinyurl.com/GAConf 25. I hope that the rest of the talks and also the conversations you have and the connections you make with other attendees over the next 2 days, whether it's in person or on Discord, helps to put fuel in your tank. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I'm so scared to use the microphone. Oh, but it worked. All right. See, I had nothing to be afraid of. Oh, no. All right. Look, we're just going to roll through it. Baby. Why? I'm just going to hide and cry. Okay, wait, no, I'm just going to walk aimlessly back and forth. I'm getting my steps in is what I'm doing because I haven't walked around enough yet already. I'm going to keep the recap really short because we're behind on time. But I always love how much information we can see and how much changes we can see, how much improvement we've made as an industry every 6 months. And even though this has been an exceptionally hard more than 6 months for the industry, we're still pushing and we're still making advancements, which is great. And you know, it's not all doom and gloom. It is easy to feel like that, but there are cool things happening. You know, Ian highlighted the new European Accessibility Act, and actually one of the things that I wanted to plug is at the European Accessibility Summit, where there will be lawmakers, regulators, all these folks in attendance. Both Xander Ashwell and Topher Winward are actually going to be giving a presentation on accessibility in video games. And you will be able to catch that online if you're interested. And, you know, there was one other really important new accessibility person that Ian forgot to put on his slide. You may have noticed that Morgan Baker is not here in attendance, which seems almost sacrilege because she's always here. She's one of our favorite speakers. That is because she is 8 months pregnant. And so, you know, we're going to have an accessibility baby. So let's shout out to Morgan for the accessibility baby. How do you sign accessibility baby? Okay. I was hoping for something like cuter, but like fine. And so rather than taking a break to try to catch some time up, we're going to go directly into our next talk, which is also a pre-recorded. So this one is really cool because not only is our speaker Kate talking as an indie developer, she implemented some really cool features, and specifically the first that I know of, it doesn't mean there's not another, the first misophonia mode in a game. So let's check it out.
Hello, everyone. I'm so honored to be invited as a speaker here for the first time. Welcome to Abiotic Factor, Accessibility Design Methodologies, and Breaking New Ground Quietly for Misophonia Mode. In this talk, I'll be sharing some of my experiences and lessons learned during the process of designing and implementing accessibility features in Abiotic Factor. I'll also be covering Abiotic Factor's unique implementation of an uncommonly seen accessibility setting, misophonia mode, and how it resulted in a few very unexpected but touching outcomes. Full disclosure, this talk is a mixture of both my own personal experiences as well as those more specific to the game itself. Quick content warning, I briefly reference mental health a couple of times, and a few sections contain some details on the harmful impact resulting from the lack of understanding and awareness of misophonia. If you'd like to avoid these topics, I completely understand. Those topics don't start right away, so you have a bit of time to step out before I get there. Before I begin, let me introduce myself and tell you a bit about my studio and our current project. My name is Kate. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the QA and Accessibility Director with Deep Field Games, an indie studio based in southern New Zealand. I'm one of the company directors and co-founded the studio alongside some very talented individuals back in September 2021. So a quick happy 4th birthday to Deep Field Games. The image at the bottom left of the slide is a 2-letter version of our company logo. The letter D is in white and the letter F is in red with a black background. This logo will be present on all presentation slides in the same location. I'm excited to share what we've achieved with our current project, Abiotic Factor, otherwise known as ABF, which is an alternate take on the survival crafting genre. Instead of chopping trees out in nature, you're a scientist crafting gadgets and tools out of office supplies. The image at the top left is the game's logo, with a bubbling yellowy-orange test tube on the left of teal stylized letters that spell out Abiotic Factor. To give a proper introduction, I'll read the official summary from the Steam store page. Abiotic Factor is a survival crafting experience for 1 to 6 players set in the depths of an underground research facility. Caught between paranormal containment failure, a military crusade, and chaos from a dozen realms, the world's greatest minds must survive against the universe's biggest threats. ABF was first released into early access on Steam in May 2024. Our 1.0 launch in July 2025 was a multi-platform release, which included PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S with crossplay support. We're all so happy to see such a positive reception to ABF and are blown away at what the game has achieved so far. A few examples that I'd like to share are here on screen. The first one being, ABF has maintained an overwhelmingly positive review score on Steam throughout the duration of early access, as well as through the release of 1.0. Upon release, the game received a 92 review score from PC Gamer, and Abiotic Factor was a finalist in 4 categories for the PAVs, the New Zealand Game Awards, and ended up winning in 2 of those categories. We were a finalist in a Poetic Serving, Excellence in Narrative, the Accessible Ambrosia, Excellence in Accessibility, and we wound up winning the Perfect Recipe, Excellence in Design, and the Slice of Heaven Grand Prize. Working on ABF has been so wild and such a blast. I'm very proud of our amazing team and grateful for all the people who have helped get the game to where it's at today. We're going to start by talking about valuing effort and how it can create an even bigger impact. Responsibility versus resources. One of my core held beliefs is that every game developer has the responsibility of making their games as accessible as they're able to with the resources that they have available. I want to put a huge emphasis on the second half of this statement about resources. Resources can include things like time, money, bandwidth, staffing, etc. The reality is that not every studio is going to be able to implement a huge array of accessibility features and settings into their games. And that's okay, even if it doesn't always feel okay. This was something that I personally had a very hard time with, especially early on in development. It was really tough for me to be able to accept that there was only so much we could do with the resources we had, as I just wanted to be able to do more. I felt incredibly conflicted. I knew everyone was working hard and doing their best. I knew that we were already working bits of accessibility improvements into each update, and I knew how important it was to properly balance all the other parts of development in order to keep things flowing and our staff paid. Despite all of that, I still struggled to deal with the guilt eating me up inside. In retrospect, this definitely all sounds quite overdramatic, but in the moment, I felt like a failure for not doing enough, and I didn't know what to do. Now, don't get the wrong impression here. I am incredibly proud of all the accessibility features and settings our team has worked hard to implement into Abiotic Factor so far. There is a lot there to celebrate, especially for a small team, and I'm so grateful for all that we've achieved together. I needed to reframe the entire situation so that I could look at it from an alternate perspective. Feeling perpetually guilty over something outside of my control was not sustainable, nor was it good for my mental health. Genuine effort equals impact. It didn't come to me right away, but over time I slowly began to see the value in the effort itself. I finally realized that making a genuine and continued effort, even with limited resources, makes a much greater impact than I had initially assumed. That effort is seen and appreciated by players. That effort is seen by other developers who may feel inspired to do the same. That effort demonstrates that you care enough to try and keep trying. There will always be someone that you just can't please, but you can't get discouraged or let that stop you from trying. Managing your expectations. As part of this, I also had to get my expectations in check and properly aligned with the capacity of our resources. We were continually making progress in improving accessibility, but I was so fixated on the distance between us and some arbitrary goal of being, quote, good enough, fast enough, that I failed to look back and see how far we've already come. It's important to take a moment to remind yourself that baby steps are still steps. No matter how small they may seem, they add up over time faster than you'd expect. If you're still taking those steps, you're still making progress, even if it's hard to see it at that moment. As my perspective started to shift to this new mindset, the once overwhelming guilt began to feel lighter. I can't say that all my guilt is gone, as I'm the type of person that feels guilty receiving a massage that I am paying for from someone who literally does this for a living. Because dang, that looks like hard work. In terms of my professional guilt, it's something I continue to manage with a constant cycle of reminding myself of all that we have achieved while looking for opportunities to work on making Abiotic Factor even more accessible. Learning to see the value in effort itself and managing expectations were two very important lessons, but they were only part of the equation. This next part involves embracing iteration and realizing how accepting imperfection builds a foundation for greater things. Iteration versus perfectionism. Iteration is a fantastic repeating process that uses information learned from each version to improve upon the next. This methodology isn't new, but it can be very difficult to use if you've got a bit of the perfectionist curse. Early on, during the initial accessibility design and implementation cycle, I felt a tremendous amount of pressure to get things just right from the start. Where did all this pressure come from? Well, me. I desperately wanted to do right by the community and make a positive impact, while also being absolutely terrified of getting it wrong or not being good enough. In tandem with my eventual realization on the value in effort, it took accepting some hard truths to help me loosen my white-knuckled grip on the goal of perfection. You're not going to always be able to implement everything exactly the way you originally designed. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes you have to make compromises or concessions, but other times you may get an idea from someone or receive feedback from a player that ends up shaping the feature into something even better than you imagined. Know when it's time to say, it's good enough, and let go. Constantly chasing perfection does more harm than good and only hinders your progress. Unexpected resource constraints are going to happen. Learn to be okay with a simpler version of a feature than you had originally planned for. You may get the chance to improve it later on, but don't always count on it. Even with the absolute best intentions, you are going to make mistakes. Use every single mistake as an opportunity to learn and grow. There's nothing to be gained from beating yourself up over it. And now, while I say that I've accepted these, I'd be lying if I said I never experienced a particular situation where it was really difficult to continue accepting and following these. But when you identify that this is happening, being able to self-correct and redirect your line of thinking is tough, but it's an important skill to learn and nurture. There are greater gains in iteration than there is in perfectionism. However, letting go of your need for perfection is easier said than done. It's unrealistic to expect yourself to completely let go overnight. A more realistic first step is to allow yourself to start with just one thing that you know is less than perfect. Once you've given yourself this permission, you can begin to take advantage of all that iteration has to offer. Iteration is all about feedback, so ask for it often, early, and from everyone. Throughout the development of Abiotic Factor, we sought out feedback from a wide variety of sources, from players, members of the team, even developers from other studios. Whenever you solicit feedback from your player base, make it very easy for them to share it with you. Feedback forms with quick access links absolutely everywhere work great for this purpose. Had we not collected feedback like this, I truly believe that ABF would be a much different and honestly less great of a game in both accessibility and gameplay features. Sometimes the greatest ideas or valuable bits of information can come from where you least expect. Breaking new ground, quietly, for misophonia mode, and how its unique implementation resonated with scientists everywhere. Now, to clear up any confusion, we typically refer to our players as scientists, particularly in any public communications, because you're a scientist. Before I talk about misophonia mode and how it evolved in ABF over time, I want to do a quick informational overview. First, a quick note on what it's not. Misophonia is not just a dislike or a matter of preference to certain sounds. Misophonia is also not an issue with the volume of sound specifically, though from personal experience that can make the response to a trigger worse. Noting that that might just be me, others may feel the same. Here is the consensus definition of misophonia from a 2022 Delphi study. Misophonia is a disorder of decreased tolerance to specific sounds or stimuli associated with such sounds. These stimuli, known as triggers, are experienced as unpleasant or distressing and tend to evoke strong negative emotional, physiological, and behavioral responses that are not seen in most other people. Perception and awareness. Despite the fact that this condition affects as many as 1 in 5 adults, it's not often taken into consideration in terms of accessibility options. From my own perspective, there are two primary reasons for this. The first reason is that misophonia itself is often very misunderstood and viewed as someone being, quote, overdramatic or too sensitive over nothing. This causes frustration and shame in afflicted individuals over something outside of their control. The second reason is that many people don't really know what misophonia even is in the first place, including those who actually have the condition but haven't been diagnosed. Trying to cope with a condition you don't even know exists in the first place can be incredibly isolating and stressful. Standard misophonia mode. When misophonia mode is implemented, it's almost always only for eating and drinking sound effects. While these are the most common misophonia triggers, they aren't the only ones. But that isn't really commonly known. Now, while I say only, I absolutely am not devaluing the effort put in to implement the setting in the first place. As I talked about earlier, it's so important to see the value in the effort itself. The fact that this condition was considered and an effort was made in being accommodating is incredibly important. Before I continue, I'd like to note that further uses of sound effects in the slides will be shortened to SFX to conserve space. Initial implementation. When we first implemented misophonia mode in Abiotic Factor, we also started with just eating and drinking sound effects. It was a rudimentary implementation where if the misophonia mode bool was set to true, all sound effects on consumable items, regardless of the type or purpose, would be muted. This blanket approach only solved some of the issues, as there were more triggering sounds in the game not related to eating or drinking. This implementation gave us no flexibility in addressing more trigger sounds, as we couldn't just shove a ton of different sounds under the one toggle without causing problems. As someone who has misophonia, I know it affects different people in different ways. While there may be some overlap, not everyone with the condition has the same array of triggers. I felt stuck and wasn't sure how to best address the issue at the time. I kept it at the back of my mind while we continued to collect and assess player feedback on the setting's initial implementation. Misophonia mode version 1. As seen here in this image, this was our initial implementation of misophonia mode. Now, I don't work with Blueprint code in my day-to-day, so please forgive any unofficial terminology I may use as I describe the image. On the top row, from left to right, the red event use item local fx node connects to a gray branch node. This branch node has one condition on the right and two outputs on the left, true and false. There is nothing connected to the true output. The false output connects to a blue play sound 2D mode with an eat chips sound cue set. On the bottom row from left to right, the green get game instance node connects to the teal cast to abiotic game instance node. The game instance target is the red abiotic factor condition, which is set as the gray branch node's condition just above. With this setup, if misophonia mode was enabled in the gameplay settings, no sound effect would play as there's nothing connected to the true output on the branch node. If misophonia mode is disabled, sound effects would play as the false output on the branch node is actually connected to a play sound node. An unfortunate mistake. During this period of collecting player feedback to assess, there were some questions from players as to what exactly misophonia mode did. As you can imagine, I was very excited to see the interest and had replied to explain that it primarily covered eating and drinking sounds, noting it was not final at the time. I'll be using player feedback to help shape future changes, and that I can't guarantee all reported sounds will be included. Unfortunately, there was something we didn't account for that caused some problems. There were lip smacking sounds in 4 lines of dialogue that played when the player character was thirsty. A couple of players who play the game together were really upset by this and left some pretty harsh negative Steam reviews, claiming that the misophonia mode was false advertising, citing the lip smacks specifically. While I understood that they were frustrated, I myself was also frustrated because our intent to help has always been genuine, and the accusation of being deceptive honestly really sucked. When it was pointed out to us, we tried to figure out the best way to handle it, but unfortunately, there just wasn't a best case scenario solution. The problem came down to this. Since the lip smacking was part of player dialogue lines and not individual sound effects, it just wasn't possible for us to include those in misophonia mode. It wasn't the most ideal, but we ended up just editing each of the 4 player dialogue files themselves to cut out the lip smacks. This also caused other players who enjoyed those sounds to complain a bit, but at that point, it was just the best that we could do. There was a bit of a resolution to this whole situation, however. While I was preparing for this talk, I went to reread everything as a refresher since this had happened about a year and a half ago, and I was surprised at what I saw. Both of their reviews were gone. Gotta admit that I respect the fact that they took their reviews down after I assumed they saw that we removed the lip smacking sound. I wasn't expecting that. What makes it even better is that both players have continued to play ABF and weren't turned off for good. One player put in nearly 200 more hours since their negative review, and the other put in over 650 more hours, with nearly 70 hours over the first 2 weeks of September. It was really nice to see that they'd returned to play more and seemed to be enjoying it based on the hours that they've been putting in, so I'm always in favor of a good ending. An improvement opportunity. For this next part, I need to give a bit of background. During pre-early access development in 2023, the game code had changed, which required removing the local misophonia check in order to ensure functionality of other sounds in game. This prompted the need for reevaluation of the misophonia setting and its entire implementation for a better long-term solution. Two programmers on the team, shout out to Zag and Jacob, came up with the idea of putting all the misophonia trigger sounds in their own sound effects subclass and suggested the use of a slider or simple bool. These two ideas sparked a bit of inspiration on my side, so I began some deep research into misophonia between my other dev tasks and continued researching through the release of Early Access in 2024. Misophonia Mode version 2. We ended up creating multiple sound subclasses, some with additional subclasses of their own. This made it easier for us to more specifically categorize individual sound files for everything in game, not just for misophonia. As seen here in this image, this is the second version of misophonia mode that was implemented after the code change. The flow is set up like an umbrella in 3 levels, where the top affects everything below, but each type can still be adjusted independently of each other. From left to right, the first node is the Abiotic Master Parent Sound class. All audio is set up as children or subclasses under this Parent Sound class node. Connected to the Parent Sound class node are 4 more nodes, each for a different type of subclass: sound effects, dialogue, music, and ambient. Then connected to the sound effects node is just one subclass from that node for misophonia. Misophonia research results. The research that I did taught me so much more about the condition outside of my own lived experience with it. While reading a study on the most common trigger sounds, the idea finally came to me. Categories. Instead of one generic toggle, we could create categorized groups for different types of trigger sounds. New misophonia categories. Due to time and resource constraints, we needed to set a reasonable limit on the number of categories to work with and decided on 5. These are eating and drinking sound effects. These are sounds associated with eating and drinking, such as slurping, gulping, crunching, and chewing. Breathing sound effects. In our case specifically, this applies to the enclosed space breathing sound effect that plays while wearing full body suits. Humming sound effects. These are sounds associated with running devices or lights, such as fluorescent lights, air conditioners, fans, or electrical transformers. High-pitched sound effects. These include high-pitched or particularly sharp sounds, such as metal squeaks, electrical beeps, certain alarms, etc. Then, repetitive sound effects. This applies to repeating patterns or continual tapping sounds, such as Geiger counter clicks, water faucet drips, beeping, etc. As the dev on the team with Misophonia, I was the best person to take on the task of listening to all of the sound effect files and assigning them the corresponding misophonia category if applicable. It was definitely not an easy task to say the least, but it was still rewarding to me in the end. I've since written a work guide to help others on the team know when to classify a sound effect under a specific misophonia category, but I still offer a second opinion if needed. Once all the sounds were sorted, we released this huge change with our community update number 2 in September 2024. Current misophonia setup. To help visualize how we've set this up on the back end, I've put together an example here on screen. Please note that the positioning of these nodes has been adjusted to better fit the presentation slide for readability and demonstrate further on how other sounds are set up. As seen in the image, we kept the 3 levels of sound classes and subclasses from the previous version, following the umbrella-like flow, with some changes and additions. From left to right, the first node is the abiotic master parent sound class. Connected to the parent sound class are 2 different sound subclass nodes, abiotic sound effects and abiotic music. There are additional strings coming out of the abiotic master parent sound class node that flow straight down and end at the edge of the image. It's not pictured here, but these other strings are connected to additional sound subclass nodes, such as dialogue, ambient, NPCs, etc. From the abiotic sound effects subclass node in the middle of the image, there are 6 connected sound subclass nodes: eat, drink, breathing, humming, high pitch, repetitive, and footsteps. All of these except for the footsteps subclass that I just listed account for the replacement of the generic misophonia subclass node. Gained flexibility and control. This overhaul allows us, as well as our players, to take a huge first step in gaining a tremendous amount of flexibility and control over how and when different sound effects play. Players can now adjust the volume of a wide variety of different sound types independently of each other to further customize the soundscape to their needs and preferences. My hope is to see misophonia settings like this appear in more and more games going forward. Positive community reception. After we had released our upgraded version of Misophonia mode, we received so many wonderful comments from the community about it. Players shared that they were so happy to discover that ABF has this accessibility setting built in, as they usually have to use mods to remove or mute triggering sounds in most other games. Many players with tinnitus or who are migraine prone have reached out to express that certain sounds would trigger or worsen their symptoms, and the ability to turn down or mute those sounds allows them to play for longer. There were also some comments from players with autism, noting that these new options were helpful in reducing or preventing sensory triggers and overload while playing. I have a player comment on this that I want to share here on screen that I'll read aloud. Thank you so much for the misophonia options. The sensory sensitivity part of my autism is really intense sometimes, and some games are genuinely difficult for me to play because of the sound effects in them. Thank you for not forgetting us. Ugh. Apologies, I've practiced this so many times, but I can't not get choked up over that part. Oh, I had to share that, of course. Moving on, some particularly touching notes also came from players, or some particularly touching notes came from players explaining that since they discovered the misophonia settings, they finally have a word to explain why certain sounds affect them negatively, as they'd never heard of misophonia before now. Quick important disclaimer, I want to press pause here for a moment to emphasize that obviously we aren't doctors. We as game developers absolutely cannot diagnose people nor give medical advice. However, an additional benefit to implementing misophonia mode is that it raises awareness of the condition itself. A person who thinks that they might be experiencing misophonia symptoms could then consult with a professional to determine if this is the case for them. From personal experience, it can be so distressing and isolating, trying to deal with something you and everyone around you just can't understand. Words can't quite encapsulate what it feels like to finally have a name to identify the culprit that's been causing you grief all this time. Once you know what it is, it's easier to give yourself some grace and compassion as you learn how to better manage it going forward. If by raising awareness, I can help someone out there who is in that same position, I'll jump at the opportunity any day. Whew. All right, so now I would like to wrap up by doing a quick review of a few takeaways from this talk. Takeaways and reminders, part 1 of 2. Do your best with what resources you have and keep your expectations realistic. Genuine and continued effort demonstrates that you care enough to try, and that goes a long way with players and other devs alike. Embracing iteration and regular feedback over perfection gives much bigger gains. Takeaways and reminders, part 2 of 2. Manage community expectations. Open communication with your community where appropriate goes a long way, but be mindful of how you phrase things. The learning process has no end. While you may reach a point where you feel like the expert for your team or studio, don't stop your pursuit of knowledge, as there's always more to learn. Learning about the reasons why players use certain accessibility settings will help guide more impactful improvements. Misophonia settings don't just benefit those with that disorder. Accommodations like this can make a huge difference for a lot more people than you expected. And that is it from me. Thank you everyone so much. In case you missed the beginning or just plain forgot, I totally get it. My name is Kate. I'm the QA and Accessibility Director with Deepfield Games, and our current project is Abiotic Factor. Thank you everyone for tuning in, either virtually or in person. It's been an honor to share my experiences with you all today. Please remember to practice self-care and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
About tripped over my own feet back here. I absolutely love how Morgan in the chat summarized this talk, that, it was good content with actionable advice. And I actually want to go back to the very beginning of Kate's talk to highlight something that she said, because I think it's really important to reiterate. Give yourself permission to start with something that is less than perfect. In the Discord, Topher had said, sometimes in accessibility, we all get that feeling of, quote, I felt like a failure for not doing enough, and how sometimes that can be an internal, mood in accessibility. And for all of us, like if you're working in accessibility, you have empathy and you relate to that person who's struggling. And so it is really easy to lose sight of the wins that you have done because you're constantly thinking of the work that you could still be doing. And it's so easy to try to do too many things at once. And so, like Kate said, by giving yourself permission to make something that's less than perfect, you are still making improvement. You are still allowing more people to be able to play your game. And you know it, having one new person be able to play your game because you made something less than perfect is better than 0 new people being able to play your game because you were working too hard on shipping the most perfect thing. You know, what's the phrase? Don't let perfect be the enemy of good, right? And again, I know it's hard. We're empathetic. We want people to be able to play our games, but you also have to give yourself grace. You're probably doing a lot. And so I know Kate was talking about that at the very beginning, but I wanted to really bring it back to that. Now we're going to take a short break as we prep for our first in-person speaker of the day. And just to give everyone a heads up, we were able to make up some time, but what we've decided to do for the rest of the day to ensure that everyone gets proper breaks and everything is we're just going to shift the rest of the content a half hour later. So lunch will be a half hour later. We'll come back a half hour later so that we don't cut any of our afternoon breaks short, since we cut all of the morning breaks short. So we'll just be shifting the rest of it by a half hour. So we will see you shortly when we are back with our next speaker. Thank you. All right. Whispering, so don't scare the online people. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Again, in case you missed it, the good news after this, once we get to lunch, we will not have any more shortened breaks, and the rest of the schedule will be adjusted by a half hour online. That actually sounds like a great action item for Ian, to edit the online posted schedule from lunch and everything else a half hour. Look, if you have time to edit your talk officially from news update to hot goss, like, you did this to yourself, all right? I didn't assume that we had that capability to do it on the fly. I don't even know who's logged into that website, but apparently it's you today, Mr. Hot Goss himself. But anyway, so I'm excited to introduce our first live speaker for the event. Brian is here. He's going to be telling us all about the new audio focus feature that is available on the PlayStation 5. So thank you so much for coming. We're so glad to have you here.
We're just waiting for the captioner right now. Yes, we did it. Love it. Cool. First of all, thank you to the staff running this. This is great. I know it's hard right now, but I've already learned a lot. So really enjoying being here. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to give you a brief overview of the audio focus feature that we launched earlier this year, as well as kind of the accessible gaming journey that we've had for PS5. So I know in the last presentation, it was just start somewhere, anything's better than nothing. And we had a similar approach as well. So yeah, if you have any questions, come find me after this presentation. So yeah, I'm Brian Parsons. I joined PlayStation in 2018. I'm a senior UX designer. I specialize in inclusive design. I've worked on the access controller, haptic UI navigation, and the game accessibility tags. I say that, but with all of those at PlayStation, there's at least 50 other people who also worked on it. And Greg's team back there has helped out with a lot of it. So yeah, a little bit of our background. PS5 launched in November of 2020. We had 11 accessibility features at the time. It was an improvement from PS4, but it was not taken into account as early as we would like to see. So in April 2021, we launched Zoom, but we also had just completed an in-home accessibility study. It was a longitudinal study, I want to say about 4 weeks long, where we followed 12 gamers with disabilities. We gave them PS5s and we just collected their feedback. This is really important because for the rest of this slide, you're going to see how much it led to. And it was quite a lot. So in September 2021, we added pause, resume, repeat for screen reader, also some shortcuts just to get to the accessibility settings more quickly. In 2022, we expanded screen reader languages. We also had support for notifications and mono audio. In 2023, based on feedback from several screen reader users, we improved the verbosity of it. But we also gave more directional notifications like vertical list, horizontal list, things like that to give people more of a mental map of where they were going throughout the framework. In 2023, we launched accessibility tags. And in 2023 fall, we launched haptic feedback navigation, which if you haven't tried it, it's really cool, especially with the DualSense, you can kind of feel where you are. So we give you that extra sensitivity, whether it's audio or visual. Now you've got kind of touch to help you get around the screen. We also added the assist feature, which helped us with the launch of the big one, the Access controller, in 2023. And then we moved on to audio focus this past April. So hard of hearing impact on gaming. Approximately 15% of players globally experience hard of hearing, about 3 million out of the 1.9 billion players. There's difficulty focusing on character dialogue with distracting sounds. Listening and visual fatigue is real from constantly switching between gameplay and captions. It's a lot of cognitive load. The lack of support for alternate means like closed captions, chat descriptions, or audio descriptions within games. Like we needed something to support our players in a different way if studios couldn't take that on. And then lack of support for connection to hearing aids or discomfort wearing them underneath headphones, which is a real problem. So we looked into it. It was introduced in April. This feature essentially enhances the immersive experience of PS5 by providing presets to amplify soft sounds to meet users' hearing preferences while using headphones, depending on what your level is, what frequencies you have difficulty hearing. We try to have presets ready for you that make it easier for you to perceive what's going on in the game. So what's really interesting about this is that it all started from an internal hackathon project. Every year we have 1 or 2 hackathons at PlayStation where people get together, groups, any size they really want to, and they work on a passion project. We have judges from across software development kind of lead this. And yeah, someone just thought, I want to do this. They saw a problem, they made it. And anyways, our PDM for accessibility, Satish Ubuluri, found this project because it had won an award and thought, let's bring this to production. So if you ever get a chance, please take advantage of your hackathons for accessibility projects. You don't have to go through all the bureaucracy. You just kind of get it done for a quick prototype and concept. So we did version 1. Then we did a first round of user testing with internal employees who are hard of hearing. Kept going with more rounds of iterating the design and testing. We finally got into feature development and then really did user testing and refinement across multiple continents to see if it was working, if the need was there, the audience wanted it, and then finally launched in April 2025. So how it works essentially is you've got the console and you've got the audio focus setting that you can turn on. Inside this gray area, I am a UX designer. I am not a software engineer. So this is just a big black box to me. But I hope Chris Buchanan, who developed this, doesn't hate me for the way that I butcher this. So essentially multi-band analysis, then it goes into the fitting algorithm. So this is the most important piece of the step. It determines what the user's needs are. Is it human voices or is it a deep bass sound? We'll essentially take that and we build around this aspect so the user can amplify the frequencies that they specifically need. From there, it goes on to parameter conversion. Then the filter bank, which has a custom cascade design balancing performance and accuracy. And then we go into a limiter, and then it goes out to the audio headphones. So after enabling audio focus, you have 4 presets that you can choose from. You have boost low pitch. So that's low frequency sounds like a roaring engine, rumbling noises. You can boost voices, so amplifying voice chats, character voices, other middle frequency sounds, and then boost high pitch for high frequency sounds like footsteps, metallic noises. This one's really helpful for enemies sneaking up on you and kind of just that stealth vibe that you get in a lot of games. We also have a 4th one for boost quiet sound. So it boosts in a wide range of frequencies that are just low volume sounds. So After selecting an appropriate focus type, you can set the level of support you want, whether it's weak, medium, or strong. You can also choose between which ear, left or right, that needs it and how much. So that was something that became very apparent early on, that changed from the hackathon project to what users really need in our internal testing. Then after customizing the audio output, we have an audio preview, which has this about 20-second audio that covers different sound types. So you can see how it's going to affect and impact your gameplay. And that way you can toy around with it before you jump into the game and know what your expectations are. We also added easy access. So in the shortcuts that we talked about adding a few years ago in the PlayStation 5, we realized that this was something that people really wanted. So we added the audio focus feature actually through the sound shortcut, not necessarily accessibility, but we feel like we've also gotten a lot more usage with that because a lot of people with disabilities don't even know that they may have it. So they know I want to hear something better. They're going into sound, at least for the shortcut, but for the main settings, you can get there either way. And then I'd like to take some time. I know this was quick, but I really want to recognize the over 50 employees who helped make this a reality, especially our Tokyo partners. At PlayStation, we're really committed to continue this innovation journey, and we want to make play for everybody. So please reach out to us if you have any questions, and specifically call out Satish, who was supposed to be presenting. So I'm sorry you had to listen to me today. Then Stefan and Rohit. We also had our team in England: Christopher Buchanan, Alexi Smith, Daniele. So it was a big push, across Europe, Japan, and North America that we made this happen. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And we appreciate that you still came and were able to give the presentation. I know that you were kind of talking yourself down there, but you did great. I mean, you just got a round of applause for Brian again. One of the things that I just really liked about this is, number one, the investment in the future of accessibility in this area. But even I was learning things from the Discord again, just watching, which is why I love the Discord, because I think Ross commented in the Discord pretty early that the screen reader on this console is the only one that supports the ability to pause. Ross, am I remembering this right? Yeah, he's shaking his head yes. And so that just right there shows that other people need to start stepping up their game, right? Like I didn't even know that the PlayStation had that feature. So I was learning things literally from the beginning while he was just talking about the history of how we got to this feature. And then again, the team of people that worked to get it out. Now I'm gonna stop talking because I know our poor captioners have been working their fingers off, asses off, everything off, trying to keep up with these shortened breaks. So we are going to be able to take a 15-minute break to give our captioners a much needed rest. And then we will be back at 12 o'clock for our panel. And then our shifted lunch will start at 12:45. So just a reminder, everything from here on out will just be a half hour later to make sure that you get the full breaks. And that way both our captioners and our interpreters can have their much deserved rest. So I will see you back here at noon. Thank you. Hello, whisper, whisper, whisper. I've been doing a whisper into the mic so I don't scare people online. I may have last year given a notable amount of jump scares. And I guess normally this conference falls in October, so you could say I was trying to be thematic, but it is September this time, so I guess I will try not to scare everyone online when we come back from a break. So we are to our first long panel of the conference. Now, every conference, we always have two panels. One of them is going to be from players talking about their lived experience, how they interact with games. But the other is always from developers and what developers of a certain specialty are doing or how they tackle resources in a similar area. And one of the things that I'm excited about is this talk is specifically a panel of micro indie developers working on games. I know sometimes when you're working on a game, it can be really daunting. You think, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I need so much resources to be able to accomplish this goal. And with a micro indie specifically, you know, you are the one who just decides what's going to happen and how. And it's a really, really unique space. And it can also mean some really great accessibility innovation and some unique accessibility challenges in terms of developing. And so we're going to go ahead and kick off this panel, all from our micro indie devs. Let's check it out.
Hello, everybody. This is our panel to do with maximising accessibility for micro indies. As we know, accessibility is always a challenge in any sort of size studio, but as a solo developer or a small team, it's especially a challenge. So this panel is going to dig into how even the smallest of studios can still sort of push that bar. We're looking at topics such as motivations, knowledge acquisition, player feedback, and how to prioritise very limited resources. So if we'd like to introduce ourselves, I'm going to start, I guess. I'm Katie Good. I'm Creative Director of Triangular Pixels. We're a studio in Cornwall. That's in the very bottom left of the UK. I'm neurodiverse myself, and I also help run Cornish Games CIC. So if we want to start with Clemens.
Yeah, I'm Clemens. I'm based in Graz in Austria. It's the second biggest city in Austria that nobody knows. And I'm building indie games since 10 years now, mostly on the side by working at bigger studios or other companies. And I went indie about a year ago with my latest project.
Alex?
So I'm Alex. I'm the co-founder of Polygon Treehouse. We make art-led narrative games. We've made Rurky, and our second game, Mythrex, came out for Christmas on all the consoles and Game Pass. And yeah, we're in Dundee in Scotland, so the opposite end of the UK. And we've been here ever since lockdown. We left Cambridge and sought the mountains. So yeah.
That's brilliant. That's basically the opposite of me. COVID. It's like, let's leave this place. Let's go to the beach. And then we have Shiv Backtick.
Hi, I'm Shiv Backtick. I'm a web developer by day and a computer musician by night. Most recently, I'm the solo developer of Periphery Synthetic, whose development I spoke about last year at GAConf 2024. It was also nominated for the Best Indie and Best Blind and Low Vision awards as well. Very proud of that. So thank you for the invitation to return and chat more about being a micro indie.
Congratulations on that. That's a really great achievement.
Yeah, amazing.
I guess then it'd be great to start with yourself then. Just on a few words, and why do you think accessibility really matters to you as a micro studio?
Absolutely. So ultimately, I believe that games are for everyone, and this is informed by my 15 years as a professional web developer, including 5 years in the public sector. My own experience as a neurodiverse person, my personal friends and family who live with motor and cognitive disabilities, and the countless folks who've shared their experiences of blindness with me on Discord and forums. So I feel like the core themes of my work are like escapism and empowerment. And I tend to create introspective experiences inside liminal spaces with the goal of like briefly removing you from this world and, well, perhaps your body too. And for example, Periphery Synthetic specifically is a journey of growth and self-realization where you essentially become a superhero who can freely explore the most inhospitable terrain in the universe, and you can do it with your eyes closed if you want to.
Does anyone want to jump in there?
I can go next. So yeah, accessibility is important. I mean, the approachability of our games very much, they're adventure games, and our motto is adventure for all. And so as well as the games being non-violent and having no time pressure, we want to make sure that as many people can enjoy them as possible. And our games are narrative based, they're quite text heavy. And so we want to make sure to offer as many options for players to tailor the experience basically how they want in terms of text size, how text comes in, enabling, disabling certain things. So it's really about player choice to allow the player to experience the game at the pace they want, in a way they want. And if we can plan it early enough, that's not a painful thing for us. It's quite a nice thing for us to do, and to see people react to it and appreciate that those efforts is really powerful. So it's something that's become something that we look at increasingly earlier and earlier in development to make sure that we can keep on improving each time, because we can't. I think that's very, very much. I think it's like, okay, we might not be able to do everything that time, but maybe we can do a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and it's very much about a journey for us as developers and learning as well ourselves.
I think you're building your tech stack there as well, and your own sort of knowledge, aren't you, with each game? It's like it's not copy and paste code, but this is like a library I've developed. You can move into the next project again, do something else, move to the next project again. Yeah, that's a really smart way of seeing it. Clemens?
Yeah, for me, everything around accessibility kind of started with my first little game where I made a super simple trivia-like game where you get statements that you have to, like 1 + 1 is 2, and you would swipe up if it's correct and swipe down if it's incorrect. So super, super simple game. And I was showing this game to a blind person 10 years ago, or partially blind person, and they told me that why didn't I make this accessible to blind people, because they said it would be a super simple thing to make this playable with a screen reader. And back then I was still studying and I was not really thinking about those things. And I was that conversation and that thing with that person opened up a whole world to me. And since then I started looking into accessibility more deeply, and it has then become a huge part of basically everything I'm doing. So before that, I didn't think about it, and now I'm at a time where if I can't figure out how I can make a prototype even accessible to a blind person, then I'm not touching the game concept. So I made a whole 180 there, basically, over the last 10 years.
It's rather similar to sort of my case. So with my studio, we're focusing on VR, which is obviously very physically active. And all the games that we make are like super physical too. And one of the sort of nightmares I had when we first made sort of our first prototype, I wanted to show it at this event, was what happens if someone comes up and they have some sort of physical disability and we have to turn them away, and seeing that face to face in that person. And so for me, accessibility isn't about necessary inclusion. It's about not excluding people, right? Because you're basically telling that person they can't play. And that just doesn't, I mean, I part of my neurodiversity spiciness, as they call it, is like, I am a very strong sense of justice. I cannot help myself. And so like that just was sitting on my mind for so long that it was like, we have to do something about this. And so that's really where we sort of started with all the work that we've done. And since then, like I spent a year researching like accessibility in VR, like trying to contribute to the games accessibility guidelines. Got a bit of support with that. And really, again, as you said, Alex, it was about sort of developing, well, this is what we do for this project. And now for the next project, we're doing this extra thing. The next project, we're doing this extra thing. So we're always sort of adding more and more to both our knowledge and also, as our library there. So, I mean, I guess then for us, there's also, I think no one says, is the commercial aspect, right? Like as an indie, we're only going to have so much audience anyway. It's like, why should I be excluding that extra 14% of people who might be disabled in some way or form? It's like, that doesn't make any sort of economic sense. I want as many people to play as possible. Does anyone have anything to sort of mention on that regards, or seen any sort of figures that have suggested that sort of is the case?
I've not really got the figures, but definitely like the experience we've had. I think one of the things that is the kind of feedback from our previous games, because we're making our third game now, and so I think that was one of the key things that we think we did in the kind of accessibility in the base design of the game, and the fact that there's no time pressure and all that kind of stuff in our first game. But you read all the Steam reviews and you basically get the feedback. Okay, we want to be able to remap the keys. We want to be able to do this. We want to be able to do that. And I think searching for those commonalities because you can't act on every bit of feedback, and some cases might be quite isolated, but actually taking the commonalities from those and prioritizing them and go, right, is there any reason why we can't move forward with that and sort those things out? So that's why it's really good to listen to the community and the people who are playing your games and see what things they want. And there may be some things you can't support, or there may be a lot of things that you can. And again, as you grow your expertise over time, maybe the things that you couldn't maybe tackle on one game, maybe in a couple of games' time, you can. Yeah.
I mean, I guess in that regards, then I guess there's a bit of a disadvantage then for smaller teams about how much you can tackle at once, right? So what advantages or disadvantages do you think we do have as micro studios compared to bigger teams? Shift back, Tick?
Yeah. So being a solo developer really allows me to follow my heart. Like I get to escape into and sculpt new worlds a little bit each day, and I get so much joy out of that. And I get to do that without the pressures of budgets or deadlines or even catering to a target audience. In a lot of ways, I'm making these games for myself, and I get to make that weird thing, and I can make it as sloppy and messy as I want, as long as it has passion. And it allows me to focus on really niche accessibility topics like terrain sonification, or ask questions like, well, what if everything important about a game could be a parameter of its soundscape, like a big interactive instrument? So I really love how the freedom and flexibility of being a solo developer affords me to explore all of these different concepts. However, I do find that being a solo developer does limit the scope and complexity of my projects. Like we were talking about the game-to-game journey just now, and it really resonates with me about this concept of, kind of cannibalizing past projects, and each new project is kind of a Frankenstein of the next, kind of as stepping stones. So I really need to limit the scope and complexity of the project right now, but with the plan, I guess, that I get to bring those things from project to project and slowly iterate on the feedback out in the open. So eventually, even though my current time may be very limited in what I can support, and one day I need to pull the plug on my current project, it leads to discoveries that I can apply to the future.
I think there was something there you touched on, actually. Didn't quite phrase it in this way, but the sort of creativity that you can find creative solutions. as a small solo indie dev that can move in an agile way. And I actually feel like that sort of hits the nail on the head for my studio. As you said, like, again, we're doing a bit a stage at a time with a game at a time. But in our particular game, we sort of looked at a lot of references to how we could do better for people who are not able to like hear, basically, and like so like they deaf people, and so like we've got like lots of onomatopoeia that sort of appears like on collisions and things like that. But then it's like, this looks really great. This is part of art style now, and now is like a big. In fact, we did the same for like game accessibility in terms of like understanding what's happening in the game world as well. Like some people could be struggling, so we had like these comic book pop-ups that would pop up and suggest what was going to happen or what is happening at the moment. Again, in VR, it's very hard to like have stuff in these screens, so it's like trying to think of how this fits into game world. And suddenly our whole game turns into this comic book world, and it's like now it's like, wow, this feels like everything. This is a great thing for everybody, and just feels really cool. So it's like, I don't feel like a traditional studio who was taking like an off-the-shelf solution would have come up with that. Clemens?
Yeah, it's a good point to jump in for me there. For my latest project that I did, it's also, again, my games in general are very, very simple, but they are, I try to make them nice and right kind of thing. But my latest game that I did is a simple jigsaw style puzzle game called The Art of Fauna, where you have old vintage drawings of animals and you have to put them back together. And as I said before, I only want to do projects that I can make accessible, especially to blind people. And making a visual puzzle game is not super easy to make accessible to blind people. And here, like a bigger studio, or if I would have worked in a bigger studio, I might have not justified finding an accessibility solution to that. So we would have probably just built that visual puzzle game. But being a micro indie and being very passionate about accessibility, I didn't have to justify digging deeper into this project, into this problem. And I came up with a solution of a two-sided puzzle game, where on one side you have the image, on the other side you have a text. So if you're blind, you have a description of an animal and you can puzzle that back together if using a screen reader. And if you can see, or if you have cognitive disabilities, for example, you can use the visual side and play the game on the visual side. And that concept was just developed by myself to make it more accessible to blind people. But many people who are not blind are also playing it now on the text side because they learn more about the animal and they just enjoy it playing it that way. And also playing through the game multiple times, both on the image, on the text side. And this just happened because of accessibility. And the whole direction of the game wouldn't be that way if I wouldn't have put accessibility first there.
So it almost gives you it's a creative solution, like a USP for your whole game then. As well as we don't have to deal with the layers of bureaucracy a large studio had. Alex.
There's also probably a good point that, for really huge big budget games like a Call of Duty or an Assassin's Creed or something, I mean, I think they probably do have really, good accessibility efforts, but they have to have, they're kind of shooting for such a big audience, right? They need to basically make so much money that actually, what Clemens said was really interesting, that actually when you're not shooting for such a big audience, you can, your whole concept can be tailored around whatever you want it to be, and there will be an audience for it. So I think that is something that's quite exciting for micro indies to be able to, to basically explore accessible things and then bring them back in, and that reshapes the whole core concept of the game. Like one of the core mechanics in Mythract, our last game, is basically almost like a magic metal detector. So you're running around trying to find lost mementos of the Greek gods, and that is done like visually with like almost like a phone radar signal that kind of gets stronger. It's done with frequency and tempo, and also with haptics. So again, we're looking at ways that we can relay that key information, and it's just about moving around the environment and it's like a hotter, colder, but looking at delivering that information on multiple levels. And it's true. It's basically enriches the experience for everyone by trying to make the game more accessible. So I think there's definitely a real power there. I mean, slight disclaimer. So obviously, I do class myself as a micro indie. But we had a publishing deal for our last game, and actually, I can't take credit for all this stuff ourselves. We work with Whitethorn Games, who are an American publisher, and very got a really strong focus on accessibility and like guidelines. They want all their developers to, base guidelines. They want all the developers to hit, and accessibility consultants we could work with who would give us guidance on fonts. So I learned a huge amount from working with them. So yeah, I can't take the credit for all of our efforts, and it was definitely really a privilege to be able to get their expertise as well and learn from them.
I mean, that definitely leads on nicely to about how do you learn sort of about accessibility and how do you get that sort of player feedback without that budget? Fortunately, it sounds like you had that team and budget to lean on a bit there. But otherwise, I mean, for ourselves, we are planning to do potentially go into early access basically instead, rather than just even though the whole game is sort of complete, it's we still want to get that player feedback and have players feel like they can still sort of contribute to the game and change its direction some way or form. So I wouldn't have done it otherwise if I felt like it was 100% complete for everybody. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to, because our game also has to adapt to players' spaces they have, physical locations and everything. So their socioeconomic situation and all sorts. It was there is no way we can test this physically with everybody in the world, with all the different living rooms they have, all the different abilities they have. And so for us, I think it's just setting up, the marketing in the game to ensure that players feel like they can come back on there. And a shift back to what's your sort of experience in trying to get sort of feedback from players or trying to manage that?
Well, for me, accessibility is definitely a foundation and, not an afterthought. As a professional web developer, I'm deeply familiar with WCAG, or the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And this is supported by really great resources like WebAIM, MDN, Mozilla Developer Network, DeQ University, Game Accessibility Guidelines, as well as firsthand experience with assistive technologies such as screen readers. But my projects certainly weren't created in a bubble at all. As a micro indie with zero resources, I've found that engaging directly with players is the best research methodology that I have. In other words, I don't know what you can't experience. For example, I'm not blind, so receiving feedback from players who are blind is invaluable to me. So I typically develop my projects out in the open in a constant loop of feedback and iteration. And, honestly, I will often make mistakes and even make the wrong assumptions at times. And I'm really surprised by what I've overlooked to support blind accessibility. And I continuously improve it. If not in the first version, then definitely the next. For example, vision loss can be comorbid with hearing loss. So I started including audio mixers to adjust various sound channels. And most recently, I've started allowing my players to control the overall stereo width and the loudness for each year with different sliders. But I guess it's really important for me to stress that treating players as free quality assurance can be super disrespectful of their time. You need to establish and maintain that goodwill if you want to keep picking their brains. So with each update for my projects, I try to prioritize feedback while, reconciling it with my own vision of what I want the next update to look like too. But eventually, all good things come to an end. You got to pull that plug and start working on the next big thing.
Yeah, can I jump right into that? Because I think for me, I'm doing game development in a long time, but I'm also a professional iOS developer. So that's kind of the thing where I earned my most money over the last couple of years, but now could finally shift my focus on my indie stuff. But in our iOS developer bubble, there is a great resource that is called the Applevis forums, which is forums where people who are blind and low vision connect with each other. And this has been one of my most valuable resources in getting player feedback, because you could just post a forum post there with a beta version of your game and ask people to try it out. But as you just said, you shouldn't treat those people as guinea pigs or as free testers. You should really put an effort first into making it as accessible as you can and as you think it's really working well, and then go to them and then ask for feedback. And there will be, at least in my experience, people there were always super helpful, super grateful that you're actually putting the effort in there. And I made so many good contacts over the years through that forum that those people are now also beta testers in general, and are always willing to help me out when I try to make a new game.
Like, we've definitely got a sort of engaging community, but don't burn them out. We've also got, try and get a publisher. That helps. But we're also, from my perspective, like, even more sort of accessible for a few people, depending where you are like the game dev meetups. Because like going to them, like having showcases, like doing showcases basically to the public as much as possible. Like, it's helping your community, it's helping outreach, as like, helping young people say, hey, look, young people, you can do games and stuff. But also, you never know who turns up. And there's definitely friendships I've developed with game devs and non-game devs who have got various different disabilities that are more than happy to sort of just critique, basically, friendly critique our game, of which I just wouldn't have met them if I hadn't gone to sorts of events. Even if they're online or whatever, it's about getting sort of your game out there, your face out there, and meeting people. And I think for that, like that's been the sort of best thing for us there.
I think also, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say as well, like, there's, compared to like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, when we started going indie, there's so much more resources around. People have done talks about things. I think, if you have an eagerness to learn, there's a load of stuff out there, and you can, start making your own notes about what you think might be, work with your game, might not. So there's a large amount of talks, and obviously lots of people with a huge amount of expertise, and you can then see how that might, you might be able to tailor that stuff, or for your game. And also, local universities and may have resources, in terms of testing labs and things like that. And like you're saying, you don't take advantage of people, but if going into courses and talking to the students, telling them about what you're doing, giving them some valuable insight into the industry and how things might work, then maybe there's you can get their feedback on your game and what things they're struggling with and what things that might be good to add. So kind of a bit of give and take.
Sort of touched on it a bit as well about other industries, like outside of the games industry, this shape, right, and how many resources are on there. One of my favorite things that I read ages ago in UX design was the HMRC website. For those outside the UK, that is the tax office basically of the UK, and how they've got an amazing accessibility like guidelines doc that they follow. And like, they've obviously put so much research because they want people to pay their tax, right? So it's the opposite of the States, where it's like, oh my God, you have to go through all these tax, like bureaucracy, software, and all that jazz. So like, like learning from other industries and seeing how they do things as well. So if the information isn't there in games, or you want to try something new and creative, then look outside the game spot. Yes, pro tip there.
Yeah, well, one thing, I've got an example of that. When one of the last games I made when I was working at PlayStation was a VR title, and they looked at lots of research from, actually, I think it was from like fighter pilots, in terms of like making sure that people could feel comfortable in VR. And
that makes
yeah,
I guess that.
Yeah, there's all kinds of looking at research out from games, and there's definitely a really excellent point.
Awesome. So like, how do you actually like prioritize what to work? Like, because obviously, you know, maybe you start a new game. Like if you try and come from this perspective of completely fresh indie on their first game, rather than you've inherited this lovely library over the years. So, what sort of advice would you give there, Alex?
So I think a really good way of approaching it is looking at like what is your game made up of? Like, so our games are narrative games. They've got lots of dialogue and subtitles, and so a big push of our efforts is in dialogue and subtitles, because we can offer quite easily lots of ways for the player to tailor those in terms of like, you know, do you have to click through them? Do they auto progress? What's the size? Is it dark on a light background? Is it light text on a dark background? So we can really give a lot of different options there, and that's, you know, a huge part of the game. And so I think it's worth looking at the game you're making. What is the minute by minute experience for people, and making sure you're tailoring your efforts to match that.
This is basically like the highest possible points of friction then you're talking about, like with the content of your game.
Yeah, so if they're basically, if someone's spending 50% of your game, you know, reading the story, then you know, and then you know, that's a big portion of the time. So if you can make sure that's as accessible as possible, and then like, you know, if there's a bit, so what you want to do is put all your effort into making something you may play for 2% of the playtime amazingly accessible, but actually it's only a very, very small portion of the game. So actually the you know, if you're spending a lot of time platforming, you want to make sure the platform is as accessible as possible. You know, if you're spending a lot of time doing visual puzzles, you know, and that's like 95% of the game, then you want to make sure that's it, not the smaller bit. So I think it's making sure that the general core experience that people are having, that you're putting your most effort into the biggest chunks of that, if that makes sense. Yeah,
I can feel that. Like, I think that's how we naturally drifted into the physical ability in our game, because it's so physically requiring. Especially because actually when I was developing it, I was pregnant. Like, so I used like all the sickness, and like I was obviously unable to crawl around on the floor and things like that, right? Like at some points. So it's just like, well, that was the biggest bit of friction for our game. And also our game is like, that is the point of our game, is to move around, and yeah, it's like the sort course in your living room type of thing. And so that's, I guess, where we've put in the sort of chunk of our effort. Shift back tick, what's your sort of experience on this? What would be your advice with someone's first game?
Well, absolutely. Start small. Find that MVP, the most valuable player or prototype, if you will, and prove the core concepts in really bite-sized pieces. Like I personally, I may have mentioned this earlier, I plan my projects as stepping stones toward bigger and complex things. And I try to see every project as an opportunity to upskill and apply new concepts to the existing things I have learned over the course of my journey. And no small project should be a detour on that journey toward the next big project. For example, typically I start with no graphics, just audio and a blank screen. But then over time, I go from painting on a 2D canvas to full 3D renderings. I just take my time learning and growing. Periphery Synthetic itself is the result of 2 prototypes that I built. I spent maybe 2 years on them, which eventually became explorable worlds within its universe. And these prototypes had me trying to prove the core concepts of how do I make flying with a jetpack or exploring underwater caves accessible to folks who are blind with audio alone. And I see Periphery Synthetic, I believe that I'm nearing the end of its development, about to pull the plug on it, as its own checkpoint along this journey toward bigger and more complex game environments and mechanics.
Thank you. Simon?
Yeah, I think there's not too much to add here because it's more or less that start small and make sure that your core thing in your game is as accessible and as good for all of your players as possible. The only other thing that I would add is also try to look into the technology that you're building your project in, because certain technologies allow you to make to get like accessibility quick wins quite easy. So, for example, when you build something with iOS, making something accessible to a screen reader or with larger font sizes or stuff like that, it's not super hard as soon as you read a little bit about it. So first, of course, try to keep things small and make the core experience as accessible as possible. But then if you start making more things accessible, try to look for those quick wins. And
Might want to
every kind of technology, there are some quick wins.
You might need to repeat that last sentence. Sorry, I think you dropped out there for a sec. Hello, still there?
Yeah, I just noticed that I dropped out. I'm very sorry about that. No, the last sentence was basically that. Yeah. Make sure that your MVP is as solid as possible, but also look out for those quick wins, because there are quick wins in every single technology.
I guess along the lines of quick wins is you don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. Like if you are,
Yes.
Check out the asset stores and Epic equivalents, etc. I'm sure there's plenty of assets out there. I do know like a specific dyslexia one, for example, and I'm sure that there's plenty else out there. So it's not just on a platform level, but also like if you are doing it in engine level, or even just on GitHub, like the amount of like free tooling out there. That Microsoft, for example, did one for VR games, which like when you look at an object, I believe it like says the name of the object or something aloud to you, and that sort of stuff basically. So yeah, like 100% worth not reinventing the wheel. And also my personal advice here is also like, don't stress yourself over it. Like, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't blame yourself. You are a micro indie. Like, design within like your constraints and like and what you would like to do, rather than necessarily feeling like you have to do everything all in one go. Like, because the most important thing is just to get your first thing out. And make it small, make it agile, and then you can start to build a name. And hopefully, once you have got that, you can start to get grants, you can start to get publishing deals and things like that. You can start to build on your whole sort of your indie sort of successes then. But until you get that first game out, it's very hard for any of that other stuff to happen. And so really, it's like get your first thing out, build small bits, and then keep that library as well, I guess. So I guess then, to sort of round up, it's like, what has your general journey been from like game to game then? So like, what did you sort of start with?
So I think with Rookie, our first game, obviously I've been working, like prior to going India, I'd actually worked at PlayStation for 14 years, and like with some of the BR titles, I had worked in like the UI and UX. I was an art director, so there was a lot of stuff we'd done there. I mean, I don't think we even called it kind of accessibility stuff at the time, but it very much was. It was more like, just making sure that the players could get the best experience. And so we had that knowledge going to make our first indie game, and also we knew, I mean, in kind of picking the games that we wanted to make, we knew we didn't want to make games where you shot people, just because that's what I've been making for a while. And so, so we had non-violent narrative games was the stuff we with no time pressure with the games we were making anyway. So that's how we started off, and so I think the game itself, by the nature of it, was very approachable for people, and I think the main thing we did was around the subtitles. But for that, the first game, it was more about just changing the size. So we didn't really have any other behaviours for that. We saw how much people appreciated that, and so for the next game, I think when we looked at the reviews, the Steam user reviews, and the two main things that came back were remappable keys and what was the other one? There was another one, but basically, so it was like, okay, well, clearly we have to do the the remappable keys, I think that was something that, we're like reasonably technical, but not the most technical, so it was kind of reasonably daunting for us. But we started it really early, and so, but then we managed to have that, and then also really go, much bigger in terms of the dialogue and subtitle systems. So being able to, change the we knew we had an accessible font to start off with, sans serif font, and just to let people control how stuff comes in. So I think some of those stylistic choices can be quite jarring to people when they can sense things in certain ways, like text vibrating or screen flashes, and so it's kind of, you take it for granted, or even like audio stuff. So making sure that people could tailor all the different, take down the sound effects, put up the voices, do it to the music. So just trying to basically do as much stuff that if we tackled it early enough would be really straightforward for us to do, and not like we have to unpick everything and stitch it back together again. So I think that was the really key takeaway for us, and it was much easier having done one game and shipped it to go, right, let's do these things, let's get them done early, and then now for the next game, okay, there's a load more stuff we want to do now. So I think that's just being mindful of that. I mean, it definitely helps if we have a DNA in our studio which is making these RT narrative games, and we're going to carry on doing that, and so we kind of have a reasonably stable ground. We know what our playground is, so that helps as well. Like there's the broad mechanics of the games doesn't really change that much. So but I think just for us is like being really open and stuff, and just being honest about where you're at and what your capabilities are. I think people appreciate when you're just going like, sorry, we can't do that, we don't have the expertise, we don't have the time, and say, but we'll really look at it for the next game. I think that's, you can I think if you're kind of honest with people about where you're at and what you want to do and the intent, to make it as accessible, and I think people will hopefully perceive that, and like saying, in Discord and those communities, really great. You can chat to players and come along on that journey with you.
It's interesting in the fact that I used to work at Sony London Studio and worked on Wonderbook, and so obviously that was for very young kids, and so obviously I picked up a lot there. I then also worked at a studio where I made a game for the Science Museum in London, which again is like super. I mean, like, you can imagine anyone who walks into the Science Museum, right? Like, so in terms of like how we need to make that accessible. So like there was lots of games that I've learned on the way. And then for our own things, it's basically, 5 minutes, thank you. For our own things, it has sort of, first of all, it was literally like the first game was a jam game, and we just went, okay, well, wheelchair mode, which is a horrible way of putting it, which was basically like because it's physically moving yourself around, we had to make everything half height. So we made like half height options for everyone. Like, so like obviously they wouldn't be able to reach up to things otherwise. That's completely changed for the new game. We've now got all these different movement things. We had having diverse team helps as well. So we had someone with essential tremor on our team, and their fine motor control obviously wasn't quite as good. So they've got ability to be able to switch on like a deep array of like different amounts of how to smooth the controllers, being able to toggle it on and off with like just gesture press, or have it on all the time and things like that. So like having those team members on board, if you can have that as a micro indie, really helps. And then like a previous game to the one that we've just done as well is like a big one has been about like having both controls the same. So again, it's like all the stuff that I've really touched on has been like, oh, like now we've got all the movement stuff, and like VR stuff feels like a bit more of a tick. Like that's why we started moving on to like the sort of, oh, okay, like comic books, ones if someone can't like see color differences, ones if someone can't hear something, and then like layering on those sorts of bits. And it's like sometimes it's the easiest design choice as well. So kids party for my son's party at the weekend, we were playing Twister. We made our own version of Twister where we had shapes as well as colors on the floor, because the game Twister is just normally colors. It's like, oh, what happens if the kid turns up and they can't see the color differences? Just do shapes as well, right? It makes it more fun for everyone. So it's just those little changes sometimes. Clemens?
Yeah, for me, it's also, like I said, the very first game, I started to make that accessible to people who are blind. And then from game to game, I built a bigger and bigger library of different things that I wanted to improve. So first it was more screen reader support, then something like higher contrast came in, changing the fonts came in. Then at one point of time, somebody reached out that they can see they have certain kinds of low vision where they can see shapes, but because the elements were too complex in my game, they couldn't see really the differences. So they wanted to have a simplified mode of that. And then I made this. Then somebody else came along and told me that they can now can't see these simple shapes because of the colors that I chose there. So I then implemented a system where they could pick all the different colors themselves. And all those systems that I built over the time, I brought to the next and the next and the next project. So every of my projects got more and more accessible to the point where I'm now at the Art of Fauna, where I feel very good about most things. So I think that worked out very well. And you could also see that over the years, I was noticed a couple of times by Apple for accessibility of my games and got nominations for the Apple Design Award. And now for the Art of Fauna this year, I won the Apple Design Award for its accessibility. But this is only worked out because I constantly improved over game. And it was, but still, it would have been, like we discussed before, it would have been madness if I aimed for the same accessibility in the very first game that I'm now at, because that's just not feasible for a small indie like we are. But you just have to build on it. And that's basically.
Thank you. No, that's great. Shift back tech.
Absolutely. I mean, not much to add here. I certainly needed to hear Alex's answer to this because I have 14 projects under my belt, 2 big ones, a dozen ones created for jams, and I have not once included features like controller remapping or internationalization support. And now that my projects are getting larger and more complex, I'm starting to receive that sort of feedback. And it's really difficult to be open and transparent and admit, my own limitations as a solo developer, as someone who, although these aren't extremely difficult problems to solve, they're still technically complex, and they require time and testing that I just don't have. So like one of these days, maybe a dozen projects from now, maybe the next one, that will be those will be core features that will be built in from the beginning that then I can carry from project to project. And also, Clemens, what you said about the madness of the accessibility now compared to the first project really resonated with me too. Like I started with a blank screen where it was a walking simulator, and I just wanted you to press W and find the shiny sounding object, basically, and bringing in all the accessibility features that I have now, like screen reader accessible menus, terrain sonification, echolocation mechanics, just all these different things. Like I would not have been able to get that done in 48 hours for my very first game jam at all. And it's really just this incremental progress and constant learning through, all of the folks that I interact online who I share my work with, and they share their experiences with me and telling me what is and isn't accessible, what does and does not work with that for them, and finding ways to incorporate that into the next big project.
Thank you. I think this is all we've got time for. Quick roundup then. Quick URL plug. If people want to follow you, where should they go? Alex?
So I'm Canaratron on Blue Sky, and our games are Rookie and Mythrates. Also, we're Polygon Treehouse, that's our studio, so you'll be able to find us on most things.
Thank you. Clement?
Yeah, I think I'm everywhere. Clemens Strasse, like my first name and my second name written together on Blue Sky, Mastodon, Twitter, wherever.
Thank you. Shift back tech.
Yeah, personal website, shiftbacktick.io. That'll link you to my itch if you'd like to follow, or Steam pages for my projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been Katie, and my website is mrsgame.dev. So thank you, everybody, for your time, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Bye-bye.
All right. Haha. Okay. I was anxious because I left my mic up here, and so I had to switch mics, and then I was terrified after everything that happened today that something terrible would happen, but it didn't. It worked. Yay! There was so much amazing coverage in that panel, and I want to kind of open again with something that I thought was really key. You know, you have unique opportunities as a micro indie that you don't necessarily have when you're part of being a larger developer, but you're also going to have unique challenges specifically to being a micro indie because you're a micro indie. But there's so many amazing things and innovations can come out of this. And I wanted to highlight again, there was something that I think Clemens said pretty early on about just engaging with the community. He talked about how, you know, just a simple conversation had opened up the whole world to him. And he started thinking about accessibility differently. He literally said, you know, it made him do a 180 from, you know, where he was when he started his game development journey. And it's important that all of us, regardless if we're at a small studio, a big studio, a medium-sized studio, we're an indie developer, we're a AAA developer, that we have those conversations. And you know, one of the other things that Katie said that kind of hit on something we've talked about before is that we're going to do this thing on this project, and on the next thing we'll do more. What she said actually was a great follow-up to the earlier talk of, you know, give yourself permission to not do something perfect, right? Incremental progress is still progress. And even in the Discord, I think it was Derek who also reinforced Katie's message of, you know, yeah, there is a humanitarian reason that you should be doing this stuff, but also, yeah, there is like business legit stuff, right? That you can have those conversations with the people holding the money to get the work, because when you're not doing accessibility, that's someone who can't or won't buy your product, right? And let's see, there's so much to cover in 45 minutes. And then, you know, really just the talk of engaging with the community, have them working and testing on your product. And, you know, there was a pretty active conversation in Discord, and yeah, like we should definitely be paying our specialists, our consultants, but also, you know, keep an open mind to what John Dickens was saying. There's also you know, the specialty of setting something as a public alpha on Steam, right? And getting kind of your own unique feedback where people can, you know, go and engage, and that way as well as, you know, not a professional with a contract. And then there was lots of talk about, you know, getting credits and everything in Discord. And like, I just wanted to laugh because like, ma'am, I can't, like, for me, it was like, man, this is a Wendy's. Like, I'm not even credited in half the shit that I worked on. Like, can I get me? I want to be seen first. But that's just my own selfish issue there. So we are officially, I'm going to stop talking because it's lunchtime. So for everyone in person, lunch is going to be, if you go straight down this hallway, there are tables and the food is on the left. If you reported you had a food allergy that either needed your food isolated or you fell outside of the normally provided menu, your food is off to the side. If you need any assistance with your food, don't worry. All of our staff have already eaten, so they are here to help you with whatever you need. And with that, we will take our lunch break, and I will see you. Wow, it is not 8:53 p.m. The time on this laptop is not even right. I was going to at 1:45. All right. See you then. Quiet whispers. Whispers. Hello. All right, just waiting for the captioner. There we go. All right. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the food, the snacks, the desserts. They were all, oh, we're getting a thumbs up. That's what we love to hear. So we always start off right after lunch with the same way. But before we get started, I am going to let, for everyone in person, know we do have enough seats for everyone. Y'all are just scared of sitting at the front or sitting next to people you don't know. And so I see those of you who've just been hanging around. There we go. Just hang around in the back. There are enough seats. All right? Come on, make new friends. You're like, absolutely not. I'm going to stand here back at this table, and there's nothing you can do about it. I get it. It's closer to the break time snacks. Isn't that where we all want to be? All right. So after coming back from lunchtime, we always start with the same thing, and that is going to be our micro talks. Now, our next speaker is pre-recorded, Alex, and Alex was originally going to try to join us in person today, but unfortunately for some illnesses, it kind of made travel a little bit difficult. But I know we've all been super excited to see his talk, so let's catch our first micro talk of the afternoon. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Alex. I'm a tired-looking white guy in a wheelchair with a copper-colored beard and curly hair. This is my talk, a fresh set of specs, accessibility for ideation. This talk is geared a little bit more toward designers, but hopefully a general audience will also find it helpful. So, off we go. So just to start off, a little bit about me. I am a game designer. I worked this year on a little game called Sacre Bleu, which was a hack and slash platformer where you play as a little musketeer that breaks out of prison. I am also an accessibility consultant at Playability Consultancy, where I am the founder and strength and dexterity barrier expert. I also happen to be a mutant cyborg, which might need a little bit of an explanation. The mutant part comes from my disability being caused by a genetic mutation, and the cyborg part comes from a titanium rod being fused to my spine to correct scoliosis. So in the most literal sense, I am a mutant cyborg. So what are we doing today? We are exploring how using accessibility barriers as design lenses could help create new and innovative games. So let's jump into it. Let's start by stealing some language from The Art of Game Design, a book of lenses by Jesse Schell, which is, I think, a superb design book. So what do we mean by lenses? Simply a tool to change your perspective or framework on the quest to make intriguing games. Just a way to look at things slightly differently. So we can swap out the lenses and our design spectacles to view how we approach designing games in novel, new, interesting ways. Now, the next ingredient. I believe constraints foster creativity. By limiting the possibility space, it can guide you toward new and interesting design approaches. Coming up with a fresh design or mechanic can be daunting even at the best of times. So to help overcome that bone-chilling dread of a blank piece of paper, you can create artificial constraints. So where can we find some helpful constraints? In accessibility resources, such as the Games Accessibility Guidelines, the Able Gamers Accessible Player Experience, or the Microsoft Inclusive Design Reference. So first off, the Games Accessibility Guidelines. This is a great introductory resource. The example I've chosen to highlight here is the idea of more complex control schemes require higher degrees of motor and cognitive skill. So if you're able to make those controls simpler, they are inherently more accessible. This is a great place to start if you're just beginning your game's accessibility journey. Next up, we have the Accessible Player Experience, or APX, because everything has to have a fun little 3-letter acronym. This is a list of 22 design patterns. If I'm being totally honest, one of the reasons I really like it is because I am a visual learner and it has pretty pictures. So the pattern I've picked out here is do more with less, which suggests simplifying your controls to making them more accessible. And last but certainly not least, we have the Microsoft Inclusive Design Reference. This reference material helps identify potential barriers for players and does a great job providing a holistic view of inclusive design. The category I highlighted here is the Mobility Endurance section, which outlines what barriers someone with a mobility disability may face. So all three of these examples sort of broadly gesture at the same idea, that simpler controls can be more accessible to players. So now that we have some specifications on how accessibility can act as design lenses, what kind of games could we make with that? Well, maybe something like one-button bosses, which was developed by Midnight Munchies and published by Outersloth. It's a bullet hell sort of game that uses one button for both player movement and shooting. Sort of like a on-rails bullet hell, which I think is a really interesting design. Now, I'm not saying that one-button bosses used accessibility for ideation in its creation, just using it as an example for what this could look like as an end goal. Now, this isn't the only kind of accessibility barrier that can be leveraged, but first, a brief disclaimer. So, maps lie to you. So, much like the Mercator projection, stretches out Greenland so it appears much larger than it actually is in relation to other parts of a map. This next part I'm about to talk about isn't strictly true, but it is helpful. Barriers don't break down into neat little categories. For example, adjustable game speed as a solution can address barriers for many kinds of players. So, really all I'm trying to say is, the next part, not strictly true, but it is helpful. There are 8 categories where barriers can exist. Low vision, blind, colorblind, strength and dexterity, hard of hearing or deaf, cognitive, emotional, and speech. I'll be giving game examples that use interesting features or mechanics that by design address accessibility barriers to hopefully spark your imagination for your own projects. First up, we have low vision. So players may have reduced vision and are unable to differentiate between objects in a scene. Interesting point here, the ability to read 20-point font at 20 feet away is why it's referred to as 20/20 vision, and the term legally blind refers to 20/200 vision or worse, so not being able to read 200-point font at 20 feet away. So you may have some vision while still being considered legally blind. Now, a game that addressed low vision barriers in an interesting way is Mirror's Edge. It had a high contrast mode that guides the player built into the very core of the game, where objects within the game are highlighted in this bright red color, sort of like yellow paint of today, but red, and with style. So, blind barriers. Unlike a low vision barrier, where something like high contrast would be helpful, blind barriers can be addressed with rich audio feedback rather than visual changes. A game that did an interesting job of this is Blind Drive, a comedy driving game where you're being chased by police while driving into incoming traffic, while blindfolded and handcuffed to the steering wheel. This game uses binaural audio shifting sound from ear to ear to communicate oncoming obstacles, and this sort of thoughtful design made the game fully accessible to blind players. So, colorblind barriers. So a player may be unable to differentiate between colors in a scene, and this covers red, green, and blue colorblindness, and that is on a scale of severity. The big sciencey names for this are protanopia, deuteranopia, and tritanopia, as well as the rare achromatopsia, where you see in pure black and white. So, Ghost Recon Breakpoint addressed this colorblind barrier in an interesting way by adding a number of stripes to the usual item rarity colors, that being green, blue, purple, etc. Designing for that constraint of people who can't differentiate by color also added extra reinforcement for easier recognition of the age-old question, is this gun any good? So, strength and dexterity barriers. This barrier area is where my lived experience primarily lies. For me at least, first-person shooters can be tough. There are lots of inputs in rapid succession, and that creates a number of barriers for me. Something like turn-based gameplay is a lot easier, where I'm able to play at my own pace and plan out my actions. Now, on the surface, these things don't really seem to mix, but I present to you the Fallout 3 VATS system, where you're able to pause time, pick your shots, and that created a much more accessible experience for me. Now, I'm confident that the VATS system wasn't designed with accessibility in mind. However, I think the authorial intent of a design doesn't matter as much as the fact that it addresses a barrier. Regardless if it was intended or not, it's worth adding to the designer's toolbox as an approach that included more players and a richer experience. Next up, we have hard of hearing or deaf barriers. So, a player may be unable to hear auditory elements. Now, games can be hard of hearing or deaf accessible just by audio not being used as a feedback channel to the player, or said another way, that the sound doesn't matter. So something like City Skylines is entirely playable by a player simply by the nature that you do not need to have any audio feedback in order to play through that whole game. Now, however, if auditory feedback is integral to your gameplay, something like Fortnite's Sound Visualizer is an interesting design space to explore. The Fortnite Sound Visualizer was originally created for people who couldn't play with sound, like on public transport. That choice helped people with hearing loss, and eventually was adopted by the whole player base. Alright, next up, cognitive accessibility. So, cognitive accessibility is very broad and includes things like dyslexia, sensory overload, motion sickness, among other things. Part of cognitive accessibility is addressing cognitive load, that being the amount of information you expect a player to hold in their head all at once. Games that are like Metroidvanias tend to have these overwhelming maps. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown addressed this with the memory shard system, where you're able to pin screenshots of the map onto the map itself, taking some of the hard work off the player with this elegant, wonderful little design. So, next up, emotional barriers. So what is this barrier? Players may experience content that provokes strong emotional reactions to the point where they are unable to continue playing, and a solution may be cozy games don't need trigger warnings. Except, they still do sometimes. A game like Chicory allowed you to turn off the wet sounds that may bother some players. This addressed misophonia, where certain sounds trigger extreme emotional responses. When we talk about cozy or wholesome games, I think we are alluding to a vibe more than a particular aesthetic or design. I just want to caution designers not to fall into the trap of making kitsch, and just being broadly popular, sentimental, ultimately hollow experiences. I think we can use the vibes of cozy games to still explore deep human experiences. But again, if you take that approach, give your audience a heads up from the outset that that flavor of content is heading their way. Last but not least, we have speech barriers. So, speech barriers typically come up in multiplayer or co-op games where there is a pressure to communicate in a timely or precise manner. Any single-player game that doesn't require your voice input is accessible by design. However, if you're playing a multiplayer game such as Apex, something like its very robust ping system is an interesting design for people who can't or don't want to communicate verbally. This then ended up benefiting all players. Good job, Apex. So, a little recap. We have our 3 tomes of accessibility knowledge, our 8 categories where barriers can exist, and our big key point, hopefully giving you a new tool to help to create the next amazing accessible game. Thanks to everyone on the Playability Consultancy team for being cool with me picking their brains for this talk, as well as Ian Hamilton and Kerry Waterton for their superb feedback. Thanks for having me, GAConf. If you're interested in getting a quarterly little games accessibility treat, you can head over to play-ability.net and sign up for our newsletter. Now, I'm going to go have some Battenberg as a snack.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the presentation and for being super active in the Discord chat. You know, it is a little upsetting to be lied to and to let everyone know that maps have been lying to us. But I really love the idea, again, of framing everything that was just shared as, hey, like, yeah, there are going to be exceptions, but this is still going to be incredibly helpful, and you can still use it as a tool. And the other thing that I wanted to add on to what Alex was saying, you know, as he mentioned at the start of his talk, a lot of what he was talking about was using, you know, these restraints in terms of design to help create, you know, really innovative and accessible experiences. But we can also think of our technical restraints as well, especially as we start thinking about cloud gaming and where our games could show up. We're going to have different technical constraints. And there is an opportunity to look at those restraints as well to figure out how to make cool and accessible stuff with that in mind. Not to make everything about horror games all the time as I do, but like a really simple example of that, if you think back to the original Silent Hill game, you know, there's the fog everywhere and that made it creepy. The fog was originally introduced because the PlayStation 1 didn't have a large enough draw distance to render the whole town. And so what do? Well, you just hide the town in the fog, and then it doesn't matter that you can't render that far, right? So even look into your technical limitations to give you great design ideas. So we are going to take a short 5-minute break, just under 5-minute break, and we'll be back with our next micro talk of the day. So I will see you in just a few at 2:10. Thank you. Hello. Hello, Whisper. Oh, can we get the camera? Cool. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you, Morgan, for letting me know I did a good job of not scaring everyone as we came back. All right, so our next micro talk is all about blind and low vision accessibility. So in 3D game spaces, we've always had a unique challenge. Trying to, via audio, describe in a useful way a 3D world can be a lot harder than what happens when you have a text-based something or even a 2D space. And so in this next project, we get to see someone working really hard to figure out how to create an immersive and fun experience for people who are blind and low vision. So let's check it out.
Hi everyone, my name is Vishnu. I recently graduated with my PhD from Columbia University, working in the Computer Enabled Abilities Laboratory, or SEAL. And here I'll be presenting my work on Surveyor, facilitating discovery within video games for blind and low vision players. This was one of the major projects of my PhD, and I'm very excited to be able to share this with you all. So, to start off, we all know that mainstream video games are largely inaccessible to blind and low vision or BLV players. And it's also the case that games created specifically for BLV audiences are often not as fun as their mainstream counterparts. This contrast is particularly visible when we look at the traditional gaming experiences of sighted and BLV gamers. So let's look at the sighted experience first. Here's a short clip of a player running through an environment within The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. This is a small open area with buildings on the sides, as well as a goddess statue in the middle, and some people scattered throughout the area. The player's running through, they're looking around the environment, and eventually they see someone near a building in the distance and begin running over to them. This is a typical example of a sighted player's experience within a game. They see something that piques their interest in the distance and begin running over to it, or they find an opening that might lead to new things. The traditional analog for BLV players, however, and what we find in a lot of audio games is this: simple menus that just list out what's in the world around the player. The main difference is that these menu interfaces rob BLV players of a sense of discovery. The joy and excitement that players feel when going through a game world and finding things is an important part of many games, but going through a menu doesn't really facilitate that feeling. This is also the case for the other major approach for game accessibility, and that is what we call spatialization. And this is prominently used within the Last of Us games. This involves sounding pings that provide players with a rough sense of what's around them through spatial sound. Here too, that sense of discovery isn't necessarily there because BLV players can't do much with those pings as is, and they're forced to follow a predefined path to the next objective without any additional information. So what we wanted to do is create a different way of approaching exploration to give BLV players that sense of discovery. In order to do that, though, we needed to figure out what scaffolding might be needed to achieve this. And so we spoke to two experienced blind gamers as part of a pair of formative interviews. These interviews yielded three major abilities that BLV gamers desire in order to effectively explore game environments and experience that sense of discovery. For the first one, both participants mentioned that they wanted to move through and look around environments rather than rely solely on menus and maps to discover items. For example, in this screenshot from a test game we created, where the player character is in a room with a bunch of large crates, a sighted player would see the opening between the gates in the distance and want to explore it, possibly discovering something in the process while going through that opening. These players wanted to do the same thing. Second, they mentioned wanting to keep an exploration log, desiring the ability to know where they've explored and in which direction they should go to uncover more of the world. Some video games, such as Red Dead Redemption 2, whose map is shown here, employ a fog of war mechanic that obscures unexplored parts of the world on the world map and implicitly communicates where you should go to reveal more of the world. And finally, they mentioned that they love the ability to quote unquote fast travel to locations they've already discovered. Many games like Skyrim, pictured here, provide this ability, either through directly warping to a location or through markers that act as beacons users can follow. Now, given these three abilities, we needed to see how we could manifest them within a game. And so we ended up developing and investigating a new system called Surveyor, an exploration assistance tool for virtual worlds designed to facilitate a greater sense of discovery in blind and low vision players. This clip on the screen shows Surveyor in action, but I'll spend the next few slides talking about what's going on here. So we treated the three abilities as design goals, and so Surveyor's design responds directly to them. First off is the ability to look around, and this is fulfilled by the directional scanner. How it works is that the player simply tilts the right thumbstick on their game controller, and the game announces what lies in that direction, the direction they're tilting the stick in, via their line of sight. So in this particular clip, the players within that same room with all the crates, they're tilting the thumbstick in a full 360-degree circle, which allows them to see the areas around them within their line of sight. So in this clip, that area, the areas that are in their line of sight, are turning red. Now this connects to the second component, which is the exploration log, and this is fulfilled by a special tracking system we created. So let's dive directly into what's going on here. So here's that same room, but with the player's initial 360-degree scan complete. Everything that was scanned by the player is marked as explored, which are the red cells on the screen here. All other parts of the room, such as the area behind the large crates, remain unexplored. The player's goal in this room is to find and collect a key card also located behind the crates and thus beyond their current line of sight. We can see the card better if we switch our point of view within the room. Now, the best way for a player to discover or find a key card is to go to the very edge of the area they've swept, and then use the directional scanner at that point. That edge is basically the cusp of the unknown, and we want to drop the player off over there so they can use the directional scanner to survey that area. Surveyor's primary objective is to highlight these edges, and it does so through a menu system. These menus fulfill the fast travel ability, and they highlight not only these edges, but also landmarks, major landmarks they may have already seen, as well as rooms within the greater world that they may not have explored fully or that they have fully explored so far. Players can select anything within this menu to be guided there via audio beacons. So in this case, the player decides that they want to explore the first edge provided by the menu, the one that's 17 meters away to their 12 o'clock. So the system guides them there via audio beacons, and then once they get to that edge, they can use the directional scanner at that position, at which point they'll discover that keycard. So that Surveyor, and I'll provide a link at the very end to a page that contains demo videos. So now that we designed Surveyor, we wanted to figure out how well it worked, and so we performed a user study where we explored how well Surveyor facilitates discovery, especially with respect to existing in-game tools. We had 9 blind and low vision participants in a fully remote study make their way through 3 levels of a video game we created. They used Surveyor and 2 tools representing the status quo. These were a simple audio-based menu of points of interest in the room representing techniques that simplify the world, and a shockwave utility replicating object spatialization techniques like the ones in the Last of Us games. Now, as for a few findings from this study, a majority of the participants we tested with said they preferred Surveyor out of all 3 tools, and participants felt that Surveyor granted them with a strong sense of agency, in exploring the world. They felt that they were encouraged to explore the levels more than they usually would have been. And this is visible in the raw paths that they took, especially within this particular segment of level 2. All 3 participants who used Surveyor within this level explored the entirety of the area, including a side room off to the left before moving on to collect the key. Whereas most participants who used the simple menu on Shockwave went straight for the key without exploring. Participants who used the menu could just select their destination and go straight to it, and the Shockwave didn't give any information about the side room, similar to how the Last of Us games approached this. With the simple menu, participants found it to be much simpler to use than Surveyor, which led to what some called an easy experience. But most participants found it less interesting to use. In fact, one participant used the words sterile and soulless to describe their experience with the menu, because the game was reduced to simple pointing and clicking. And finally, we look at the Shockwave, and we found that no participant named the Shockwave as their favorite tool, and many disapproved of the tool within the Last of Us games because it didn't give them much agency or even the ability to explore the environment more fully. So these are some of our findings, and our work with Surveyor dealt with 3D games, but our exploration of Surveyor also yielded other domains where systems like this could apply. For example, some 2D platformers like Super Mario Bros. Shown here in this screenshot also encourage players to explore around a bit and find hidden items. So could an analog for Surveyor be designed that applies to more types of games as well? But there's also the question of the physical world. And prior work has noted a need for exploration assistance systems for blind and low vision users in the physical world as well. There have been apps for sighted users like Zenly shown here that keep track of people's movements and encourage them to explore physical areas. So could a surveyor-like system help blind users here as well? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, our work with Surveyor comes down to flipping the script, emphasizing experience over completion. And with this, we hope to grant blind and low vision users with access to a new class of experiences they can have not only by themselves, but with other people as well. So if you'd like to learn more about the project and watch some demo videos, please feel free to visit our lab's website by scanning the QR code on the screen. This QR code points to ceal, C-E-A-L, .cs.columbia.edu/surveyor. And this work was originally published at the ACM Chi 2024 conference, so please feel free to check out the full paper for more details on what we did to create Surveyor, as well as the user studies that we did. Thank you, everyone.
All right. I lost my notepad again. That's okay. That's what hands are for, right? This is what happens when you have an unmedicated person with ADHD hosting a conference where they write their notes will just slowly get more and more unhinged until, I don't know, I'm writing it on Max's face or something. What I really loved about this talk was not only, number one, the amount of clarity and information. Like there is a reason that that research paper won the best academic research at the Game Accessibility Conference Awards last time. So this is a follow-up from the winner, and I think we can all see why that was the winner. But the big thing here, and the thing that people were noting in Discord, was taking an approach to systems like this gave people agency. And that is absolutely key. The agency that you are giving players with systems like this. You know, when you have like the other example that was mentioned in here, the text-based one, it was sterile. Like none of us want someone to describe our video game as sterile, right? I don't know, at least unless maybe you're making like a hospital sim. But for the rest of us, that's not what we want. And so having this kind of investment in research to really show us what players who need that auditory assistance in exploring need and want, and what they find enjoyable and what gives them agency is absolutely amazing. So we will be making sure to pin the link to the paper in the Discord channel, because I already saw like 25 people have asked for it. Don't worry, it will be in there. And we will be taking a short break, and we will be back at 35 after, at 2:35. So thank you, and we'll be back shortly. gentle ASMR. Hello, and welcome to the Game Accessibility Conference. Stop share. All right. Welcome. Morgan saying very relaxing. Catch after this, we're launching the new Game Accessibility Conference ASMR channel, where it's just me trying to not scare people after I come back to the microphone. So our next micro talk is also on a very, very important topic. So, obviously we want people with disabilities to be able to play games, but it's also important that they can see themselves in video games, and representation is a key part of that journey. We've had some great representation in games. We've had some truly awful representation in games. If I had a nickel for every time there was a blind protagonist with like a superpower, like I could retire, and that's impressive in a terrible, terrible way. But this next talk is all about diving into the topic of representation of people with disabilities in video games. So let's check it out. Thanks.
Hello, GAConf. I'm Kennedy, aka Dynamic Reactions, and welcome to Facing the Future, a history of positive disability representation in video games. I'm a content creator and accessibility consultant working with the wonderful folks at Playability as the emotional or mental health consultant. I also have cerebral palsy, so sometimes I consult on the motor side of things as well. When Ian approached me last year to do this talk, he suggested I come up with a list of my favorite disabled characters. 5 to be exact. This was like asking me to find 5 needles in a haystack. I might find a 1 or 2, but 5? I decided to make a list of characters that I know well, but I wanted to pull from characters that were original creations, not belonging to other IP, and characters with depth and breadth in their stories that included playability. Because I believe we're in a stage in gaming right now where inclusion isn't enough in disability representation. Inclusion is great, but inclusion is the bare minimum when it comes to storytelling. If we as creatives, and I'm calling you creatives because that's what you are to me, at its core, making games is an art. If we as creatives want to truly destigmatize disability, then all disabled characters can't just be your run-of-the-mill NPC. They have to have depth and breadth to them. And while they don't all have to be in the player's hands, I believe they are more impactful and lasting when they are. So today we're going to take a trip through time to explore the disabled characters that I think have exceptional stories, and in some cases mechanics, in hopes that these characters inspire you, for lack of a better word, to create disabled characters with just as much depth and breadth as these. At the end of the talk, I'm going to give everyone 3 points that I personally believe make a well-rounded disabled character. Bentley, Sly Cooper 3. Bentley, from the Sly Cooper series, is a disabled character ahead of his time. He doesn't start out as disabled at the beginning of the series. Rather, he is paralyzed at the end of the second game and is a wheelchair user from the third game onwards. He is the trope of the guy in the chair. Often when he's written about, you'll see journalists engaging in the stereotype of, oh my god, he's a genius, so he overcomes the limitations of his disability by using his smarts to build this cool chair. But The way that Bentley is written in Sly Cooper pushes back against these stereotypes. The mechanics of the games he's disabled in often switch POVs between members of the team and Bentley. If a platforming stage is inaccessible to Bentley, his friends will make it accessible. It's part of your mission as a player to help your explosives guy participate so that he can use his awesome rocket boosters on his share to get to where he needs to be. A main storyline in the game is Bentley coming to terms with his frustration that comes with not being able to operate in the same way his crew and his girlfriend does. And his girlfriend reassures him that while he can't do what Sly and the others do, he's still able to do other things. And reinforcing this idea is the ability that a player has to roam around the world as Bentley, platforming and stealing from others. Not only is Bentley an integral part of his team with a support system that values him enough to accommodate for him, he's also capable of independence on his own terms. And I'd like to reiterate, he has a girlfriend. They both catfish each other extremely poorly, but she doesn't see him as something to be coddled or infantilized. She sees Bentley as fully Bentley, and that's a wonderful thing. It's not something we often get to see in media with disabled characters. The game also addresses the shame that a friend might feel when they witness an accident that disables someone you love, and how people reconcile over it. Senua, Hellblade. I'm a psych major, so I wasn't going to leave characters with mental health issues out of this list, because mental illnesses are disabilities too. I'm sure we all know Hellblade for its amazing sound design in this crowd. If this is somehow your first time hearing about this game, please, at the very least, watch some Let's Play clips of this game after this. As someone with a special interest in psych, I could wax poetic about the portrayal of schizophrenia in this game for hours. In the story of Hellblade, you play as Senua as she travels to the underworld to retrieve her dead husband's soul. Immediately, when the game starts, you're introduced to her through narration, which seems normal, and then you realize there are multiple voices that she hears, and you realize you're not in a normal mental situation. This is why I love the opening of this game so much. One of the reported ways some people with schizophrenia hear voices is in a narrating role. These voices stay with her the entire game. And throughout the second game, they never leave her. And we explore the trauma and grief that she is processing throughout the entire game. She does not get her husband back from the underworld. The entire combat journey was in her head as a way of processing her husband's death, as well as the trauma of her childhood due to her father's ableist abuse. But she learns to accept her voices as part of herself. Hellblade's first installment is an excellent example of what it's like to process grief and trauma as a disabled person, but not drown yourself in it. May, Night into the Woods. I bet you might be a little surprised to see her on this list. However, much like in Hellblade, May suffers from depersonalization disorder, maybe a little bit of PTSD, without explicitly stating it in the game. We, as the player, understand that she left college after a tragic incident, but it isn't revealed what that is until the end of the game, when she admits to having issues that cause her to feel like the things and people around her are just things that exist, not things with deeper meaning that she should care about, but in her words, just shapes. We learn that she comes from a household with some abuse trauma earlier in the game. And the way that the game presents these things is in a way that isn't grandiose, but simply a part of the narrative until May opens up to her friend about her struggles. It's indicative of the cycle that someone's mental health can go through when you are healing from trauma. It takes time to open up about the things that happen to you. And in that journey, your brain processes things in different ways. For May, it was dreams, music, and hanging out with her friends. Her mental health journey happened through the mundane setting of her town for the majority of the game, which is what I think makes it so impactful, because disability doesn't have to be grandiose. It happens and impacts the everyday in all stages of life. And she learns to process her emotions with a support system. Clank, Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is a great game, accessibility-wise, and the disability representation through Clank is an extension of that. It is an unexpected and well-rounded area of the game that I find absolutely precious, though I should say that not every disabled character needs to be a robot or a turtle or a cat. I think there should be some humans in there as well. Clank's story very much centers around the loss of his arm at the beginning of the game and the mourning that comes with that, but he comes to accept his disability. Even after getting a new arm in the credits, it's not the same as his old arm. It's similar to Rivet's prosthetic, who is also disabled. It's yellow, symbolizing change. Haley, Spider-Man 3. Haley, my beautiful Black Queen. She is the only character from an unoriginal IP on this list. While she has a small role in the first Miles Morales game, it was amazing to see Black Sign Language showcased in an accessible way, and I was beyond excited when her role was expanded as Miles' love interest in Spider-Man 2. It's rare for us to see a disabled woman in an interabled relationship or romantic relationship, period, in media. The game also makes a point to show her interests in art. The side quest she stars in is an immersive one, in the same way that Hellblade is immersive. As you go through her art quest, you can't hear anything happening except for a few muffled noises. This little moment in Spider-Man is an incredible way to have the player exercise empathy, and I hope they expand on it more in the future. I would live for Haley smacking Carnage with a 2x4 or something. Put my girl in the action, yo. To wrap everything up, we're going to discuss 3 things that make a well-rounded disabled character. Adaptation over overcoming. For many people with disabilities, we live with them forever. It's not something that gets fixed. It's not something that gets fixed by mobility aids or medicine. Our mobility aids and medicines are an adaptation to our reality. And it's harmful to insinuate that just because we have a new arm or a fancy wheelchair, we overcome the limitations of our disabilities. Those disabilities do not disappear. It's more appropriate to say that we adapt. Adapting happens in nature. It's something that is natural, and it can be pretty difficult at times. However, our ability to adapt is what makes us unique. It gives us strength that others may not see. Mourning periods over what was or is over long-term depression or pity. If a character becomes disabled through an accident or other circumstances, it's normal to have difficulty adjusting to that new reality. It's normal to mourn what was or is their new reality. Now, what isn't normal is staying in long-term depression or having characters around them express pity without it being addressed. It is a negative stereotype to assume that all disabled people are depressed and that we're sad about the way that we live. Again, we adapt and we still have things we love to do, regardless of the things we can't do. There has to be positive representation of disability in gaming as a medium in this regard, because what people consume informs them about how they treat us in real life. So it is vital for them to see a disabled character that might go through complex issues but can process their emotions, grow on their journey, and celebrate their uniqueness. Support by those around them, and in turn, an existence that is as unique as the character themselves. All the characters I've listed here today have a support system that loves them for who they are. In Hellblade, Senua has her husband, and even though he's gone, he helped her see that her illness is not some curse. Bentley's friends and girlfriend help him feel included in missions and are with him as he processes the emotions that come with being disabled, as are Maze. Haley finds her support within her school community, and Miles for her art. Disabled people thrive with social support through AIDS and how those we love support us. These three things, in my opinion, are key to understanding the disabled experience. As always, though, when you're creating a character with a disability, you want to make sure you consult someone who actually has the disability you're trying to portray. Nothing about us without us, of course. If you're looking to represent mental illness, you always want to ask a medical professional for their opinion on how to portray it accurately, as well as someone going through the illness themselves. Thanks for taking a trip down a gaming timeline to explore my favorite disabled characters in gaming with me. I hope these examples inspired you to make more in-depth disabled characters for your games, and hopefully allow people to see disabled people in a different light. If you want to find me, you can DM me on Twitter or Blue Sky here. I don't post on those sites often, but my DMs are always open. I also have a website here. I love to work with you on any new projects, and please check out my wonderful homies at Playability. Thanks for listening and learning.
Well, a few things. Number one, I think we all can agree that the edits were fire, and that brought us absolute joy. But also, that was a really beautiful talk for a whole lot of reasons. And you know, Ian had even said in the Discord, like, wow, this is both a talk on representation, but I think also like a pep talk for some of us, right? And there were so many impactful quotes. And I know, you know, Jessica had said in the Discord as well, she's like, oh, I'm going to have to go back and watch this again tomorrow so I can get the exact quotes so I can use them. But two that I wanted to read out loud again that I really wanted us to be able to take away were the one, inclusion is the bare minimum for storytelling. That is the bare minimum, right? And that's where we need to be able to start. And then when we start telling those stories, the second quote I really wanted us to be able to take away was disability doesn't have to be grandiose because it impacts the day-to-day lives, right? And reminding yourself of those two things when you're going to represent disabled people will help you so much. And it's like Morgan said in the Discord, it's almost like involving the community makes representation better. That's so crazy. It's almost like there's a whole catchphrase that anyone who's worked in accessibility for 2 seconds will tell you about that very thing. But again, absolutely amazing talk. Thank you so much, Kennedy. We are all ready for your 40-minute YouTube essay on Hellblade. So let us know when that drops, because I think we were all ready. You sold us. And with that, we will be taking a 5-minute short break. We'll be back at 3 p.m. with our last micro talk. Thank you. Armand, Armand. Armand! Just shouting into the microphone to locate him. We'd gotten separated. Oh no, I had notes on my notepad and I've already lost that. I'm awful. Okay. No, now I've lost the notepad. My 4 notepads I'm using. Look, I'm trying, you guys. All right. So for our last micro talk of the day, I'm really excited because if you know anything about me or other people who honestly work in accessibility, one of our favorite things to have is data. Data does so much, but what's even better is data with actionable insights, right? Yeah, I know. So I'm really excited to have Armand here today, who's going to be deep diving into some data and showing us how to look at some data so that we can make better accessibility decisions. So Armand, thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, so first off, what an incredible day of really tough acts to follow. I just want to give a shout out to everyone who's spoken so far. Thank you so much for joining for this session, Accessibility Data at Scale from Able to Play. It's been such a fast-paced year. Ignore that June date. It's definitely end of September. We're gonna keep this pretty high level today. I'm gonna try and hit a crispy 15. And for anyone curious after the fact, since there's not time for Q&A, you can either find me afterwards or you have my contact info at the end. So here's a quick agenda. I'm going to share some helpful context up front to just sort of set the stage as to why do we care about this data? Why do we have it? What are we doing with it? We'll split that into 2 sections when we go into insights: intuitive insights, which are more foundational and just sort of set the tone, and then unintuitive insights, which really surprised us and kind of get more into that interestingly actionable territory, which I'm low-key obsessed about. And then I have a secret for GAConf at the very end. That's kind of the hook to stick around to the end, because we got to get through some charts. So let's set the stage with some context. Who am I? What is Good Trouble? What is Able to Play? So my name is Armand Nobari. I've had an approximately 16-year career in accessible products and games, ranging from Google and YouTube, which has quite a bit of data, and to credits on games like NeoCab and Blazeball, RIP. I co-founded a games technology company called Good Trouble, and we make a site called Able to Play, which is a super easy way to find accessible games for players to use, as well as the secret thing I'll share later. Everything we do is grounded in this mission to try and just do our part to make the games industry and games more broadly more accessible to more players than ever before. So that full life cycle of getting more accessible games into the hands of more players is really core to everything we do. And finally, I'm a cancer survivor that lives with multiple disabilities. I kicked cancer's ass. Games helped me get through really intense chemotherapy, but poor accessibility prevented me from playing with my hospital homies, and I took that personally. So to quickly share some background on what Able to Play is, it's a free site, like I said, that matches gamers to games based on their accessibility needs. So they make a profile, they put in their needs, we rank games by the compatibility and say, this game is 98% compatible with your needs, etc. It's used by individual gamers, families, therapists, even hospitals to find games that meet very specific needs. And some of this data is anonymized, fully aggregated, and we use that to help inform our research initiatives. But important to note, we never use disability-specific labels. It's always needs-based. And we recognize that people might have overlapping or different needs, and we never want to generalize. So everyone's just free to add whatever they want, and it's qualitative. You can either need stuff or just prefer things, and that goes into weighting the scores. And of course, shout out, Able to Play is aligned with existing taxonomy systems such as the Accessible Games Initiative and Steam storefront tags. And we also go really broadly for hundreds of more tags informed by our community and organizations we work with, such as Safe in Our World, who we're teaming up with to massively expand our mental health tags. Their team is amazing. Our team's comprised of games accessibility experts, game development experts, and for every game on Able to Play, we do some verification. We validate the information, even if the developer hands us a list and says, my game has these features. It's a lot of work. Helping that work, we also worked with some amazing consultants and advisors, so huge shout out to Ross Miner, who helped consult on the project, as well as Silas Combat, who helped share amazingly helpful feedback over the course of this project. Thank you both for helping Able to Play come to life. And in addition to providing this free service, we have research initiatives that are more focused on helping the industry as well. We do some pretty cool stuff with that data too, like using the huge scale of our data points to power the Games for Change Accessibility Award over the summer. It was a data-driven award. So not just some behind the back doors committee picking their favorite. We actually use data to inform which game should win the award based on merits. Huge shout out to Balloon Studios for winning that award with Botany Manor. I love that game. Basically, we're huge nerds. Shout out nerds. Today's focus will be a meta-analysis of anonymized aggregate data that pertains to player behavior patterns. If you're not familiar with what a meta-analysis is, it means we look at multiple studies that are all as closely related as we can to sort of account for the variations in that data. It essentially just gives us more reliable data at the end and also helps us cover a lot more data points. That being said, I don't want to generalize overly the insights here. This is an evolving field, so we're constantly bringing in new data. I'm not trying to paint the entire industry with any broad strokes. And today we're going to focus on barriers, so things that get in the way of players playing games. So first up are some intuitive insights. I figured this would be a pretty safe place to start. So just looking at a quick high-level foundational data to kind of understand what player needs are. And needs, like I said, are more significant or necessary than preferences, and people might have needs in multiple different categories. So for context today, I'll be reading aloud some of the key data points for anyone who's joining us today who's unable to see these charts, which are presented as multicolored pie charts with a donut hole and data labels off to the sides. So here I'm showing a graph, very high level, again, of needs by category. And again, nothing to do with disability identity here. Responses might be in multiple categories for a single person. Topping the charts are mental health needs, with nearly 1 in 4 expressing 1 or more needs in this category. I live with CPTSD, and this surprised me being the top one. I didn't expect it, to be honest. Following closely behind that at nearly the same representation, averaging 1 in 5 are people expressing 1 or more vision or mobility needs. And similarly, roughly 1 in 7 are players expressing 1 or more specific auditory or cognitive needs. And finally, suspiciously, at around 1 in 16 of this data set, are people expressing absolutely no needs in any of the categories, which sounds like a very peaceful existence. But that being said, those not identifying with any of these categories, people very well still have accessibility needs. Take it with a grain of salt, because the same data set asked whether or not you play with subtitles, and over 94% of people said yes. So take those no responses with a grain of salt. For brevity today, we're going to look at an analysis of mental health barriers from a handful of specific games. So again, I'm not trying to broadly paint strokes here and say this is data that's relevant to every single game in the industry. Everything has to be taken in context. So here's a graph of various reasons why people have stopped playing at least one game in the last 12 months. And these labels are high-level groupings of response sentiment, which means that we looked at artifacts of player feedback, player sentiment, social posts, reviews, many, many things like this. We did some natural language analysis on these, and we came to these figures. For these games, feeling overwhelmed by gameplay, by game mechanics, top the list at over 13%. And that category includes gameplay goals being too difficult to overcome, sudden overwhelming spikes in difficulty, maybe a boss that they weren't expecting or didn't understand the patterns of, or the overall complexity feeling overwhelming. This is followed closely by trolls being the reason someone stopped playing at over 12%, which sucks, but it might not be too surprising. It's worth mentioning that this data in this chart did not filter for players who only or mostly played online or multiplayer games. If it did, the troll section would be higher, as unfortunately we will see in a following slide. Feeling stressed out during gameplay follows at 11.2%, which includes feeling stressed about the number of goals, the time limit, or an accumulation of many small to medium stressors. That's kind of where we delineated feelings of stress versus feelings of overwhelm. A game not having support for a specific phobia broadly, or gameplay being too anxiety-inducing broadly, again, follow at almost the same level, which was pretty interesting, around 9.5 and 9.4% respectively. And just feeling unmotivated to continue playing a game for a variety of reasons comes in about 8.7%. Feelings of frustration come in falling at around 7.1%, and feelings of being scared, annoyed, exhausted, confused, or unfortunately hopeless playing a game range between 6.8 and 2.2%. We're going to dive deeper into the phobias category next. But again, I am an authentic data nerd, which means I have to keep saying these caveats. Every topic here and also not here has a ton more depth, and that depth dramatically changes depending on the game and the genre and how the study was conducted. So not trying to, again, paint every game in this light. So let's dive deeper into the sentiments that are relevant to phobias from a random sampling of sentiment artifacts from 10 popular AA to AAA games. No quadruple A games here. This focuses on needs that are consistent with these categories, not players specifically saying, oh, I have such and such a phobia. The biggest category of this data at 16% of the player sentiment artifacts, which are, again, posts, comments, reviews, things like that. Pretty surprising, and also interestingly consistent with a lot of the big themes from today, relevant to misophonia. The dislike or sensitivity to sounds, including but not necessarily only focused to misophonia. Again, which are, when sounds are distressing, unpleasant, annoying, or otherwise off-putting. It came up really frequently. And again, that's not necessarily someone saying, oh, I have a fear of this sound, but rather that these triggering sounds are unpleasant enough taken throughout the course of gameplay that it contributed to them either sharing something online or their engagement being affected in some way. Also, shout out to Kate and the awesome team at Deep Field Games who shared Abiotic Factor's amazing misophonia support from earlier today too. Closely followed is diacophobia. I'm going to say some of the phobia names. I'll probably get them wrong. Please excuse me for that. Which is a phobia of being chased or hunted, around 12%. And evolutionarily, I guess that makes sense. A phobia of deep water or drowning. Broadly, thalassophobia or aquaphobia follows at just over 10% as well, 10.2% of this random sampling. Again, makes sense evolutionarily, and so does nyctophobia, a fear of darkness at 9.8%. Arachnophobia, fear of arachnids, 9.4%. Archophobia, fear of heights, or phobia of heights, is close after at 6.3% of this random sampling. And then below that, we have phobias of blood, tight spaces, snakes, trypophobia, which is unpleasant, I can tell you firsthand. Fill the remaining sampling of this non-exhaustive study between 6.3 and 1.8%. There's also a huge other category, which is other for brevity, not because of ambiguity, of other specific topics too granular for today for 1.3%. I only included the number that I could reliably get through in 15 minutes. So this isn't players saying they have a specific diagnosis. This is players indicating in comments, reviews, and posts that they have needs that are consistent with these categories, complaining about certain sound effects, complaining about certain sequences, not having any optionality to fine-tune the experience in these needs impacting it. And I bring this up because oftentimes people might not identify with a specific phobia or have the words themselves. They might not identify as someone who has a disability. And that's why I think, these diagnostic terms are really ineffective when trying to look at broadly how accessibility needs are so prevalent. We can go back to the subtitles example. It's like my favorite chart in this whole thing. So we really try to read between the lines and look at what needs does someone say they have. Labels completely aside, what do you need to fully experience this game? And when we listen to that and turn it into action, that's when really magic moments happen. All right, so now we're going to venture into the utter Wild West with unintuitive insights. I should have had some yeehaw gif or something. The production value of this took a nosedive. So let's look at some player sentiment from a few popular games, not just from a mental health lens this time, but a more general lens. And I'm, of course, not able to say what game or games were included in this data, just for privacy, discretion. We're not trying to talk about the game itself, but just for important context so you understand how this data is relevant. It has at least one or more multiplayer components. It's either AA or AAA, and it was released in the last 5 years. So with that in mind, we're looking at a random sampling of player sentiment data over a specific period of time. Again, that's reviews, community posts, blog posts, social posts, and other things. And we're looking at how negative player sentiment specifically for this game was categorized over that time period. And like I mentioned before, trolls, toxic players, and abuse during gameplay dominates this section at over 16%, which I even thought was low. Maybe if we changed the time frame for when there was more players present or something, it might have been higher. But that's just a massive marker for unmet mental health needs in this game. And it makes sense. Combating abuse is super hard. Following that's repetitive gameplay at 9.1%, not far off from the text and UI being too small, which I very much relate to. There should legally, text should be above a certain size. If only there was an entire craft dedicated to making sure that happened. And compared to how to fix online harassment at scale, like UI should be easier to spot and evaluate, right? And that would be a significant lift in player sentiment. Unintuitive controls, the game's difficulty, gameplay being confusing, awkward or confusing UI, all come in between 7.6 and 7% of this player sentiment. So a huge middle ground of opportunities. And VFX, visual effects that were triggering or unpleasant, comes in at 4.9%, followed by the intensity of gameplay being too much at around 4.8%, neatly followed by lacking phobia-related or content trigger support at 4.7%. And I'm super interested at what comes next. Specific bugs during this time, errors in code, not like arachnids, came in at 4.3%. And like, that's super interesting. I went into this expecting bugs to be so, dominated. I thought it was going to be trolls and then bugs. But, it was one of the least driving factors of this whole sampling. Anecdotally, bug reports make their way through the feedback loop from player to studio at lightning speed. They're relatively scoped. We know where in the game it happens. It's, you put it into GitHub, you fix it. But just looking at the landscape of how many other topics were dominating player sentiment during this time, bugs was one of the least among them. I mean, really above specifically losing motivation, or again, the sort of combo pack of other, which is many, many other specific small, sub 1% topics. Here's where it gets interesting. I promise it will get interesting. Let's look at one specific lens and focus on two of these data pieces specifically. Just under 5% of this random sampling mentions the visual effects being triggering, painful to the eyes, headache-inducing, disorienting, distressing, or otherwise overstimulating. The list goes on as to how we defined it, but just to give you an idea of how we're defining that. Players were mentioning getting headaches, not being able to play for long periods of time, and that's undoubtedly affecting, people's engagement, their session length, churn, refunds. And this was showing up in the community forums, on social, in reviews. And similarly, just under 5% at 4.7, people were mentioning phobia-related and content triggers. So that's hundreds of bad reviews, refunds, posts, where people were mentioning the game didn't provide sufficient control over blood, violence not being sufficiently adjustable, gameplay situations designed to cause panic or distress, things like that. So together, that's approximately 9.6% of this game's overall negative sentiment, which means that taken together, these two relatively straightforward topics to scope and fix that aren't bugs account for more combined negative sentiment than the repetitiveness of the game's core design, which was the second biggest topic. So when you think about the impact at scale, you might say, oh, only 4% of our social posts mention something about the VFX being too much. When you look at certain areas of support and scope them together, especially smaller things where you're needing to turn something off, it really adds up. And yeah, it's a miracle that games get made at all, right? We all agree with that. Teams might not feel like these things matter unless they're coming up in reviews. It can be really hard to just get the point across through advocacy. And that's why, I have such interest in sort of getting to the ROI of some of these decisions. Fixing a repetitive core design would take quarters, if not years, and a huge amount of resources. Whereas providing options to adjust to VFX is not only a smaller scope, but lower risk. Sometimes it just, we need some data to show the ROI that, as cool as the explosion is, some players would prefer not to see it. This happens so often, and we see so many games ship with fundamental pillars missing. We see it all the time. It would be great if it happened less. That's what we're all here for. But it's hard to convince teams. The motivations of teams are as wide of a tapestry as the landscape of accessibility. And it can be hard to make those calls during production, especially when you kind of take into account timelines, milestones, budgets, and potentially needing to ask for more time from a publisher or something like that for one more milestone before launch. Unless there's a culture of accessibility or existing expertise on a team ready with data, it can be really hard. If that trust that these things matter beyond equity inclusion isn't there, our jobs can be hell. All right, so that was the tee up. So now I am going to share a little secret. I'm really excited to share this. It has everything to do with everything that I've been talking about and showing so far. So my team and I are building a new tool to help studios and publishers see that business impact of accessibility in games. It's a lot more gorgeous than the pie charts that I was showing. It helps in development games and launch games kind of understand the data behind certain potential decisions or decisions that were already made. And it can help detect issues using player sentiment data and other types of data. It's for accessibility experts to make work easier, to just kind of provide the data behind your recommendations, which we've heard from some early feedback, sort of making the case for certain adjustments a lot easier. And it's for anyone on a team that cares about accessibility, QA, designers, producers, biz dev people, to make more informed decisions that fit a game's design. It can also be helpful for publishers or games funds or anyone working with a publisher or games fund to make the case that spending a milestone on something can actually de-risk a project. So it's an accessibility intelligence tool in a way. There's nothing else out there like it. I'm a huge nerd. Take my word for it. It was built with the help of award-winning accessibility experts and game developers, and it's not out yet. But we're looking for studios and portfolios to pilot it with. This is sort of the perfect time to get feedback. We have something that's working. We have early, really promising interest in it. And now we're ready to kind of try it out and see how other folks feel. So if you are really interested in accessibility data at scale, or you want to understand the business impact of accessibility data, or how accessibility drives metrics like retention and growth, I invite you to send us a note at able2play.com/pilot, or you can just email me at armon@able2play.com. And that was the talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now you get to go through the fun experience as a live speaker, trying to scroll back through the Discord and answer the 50 million questions that people had because they were very excited about the data. I did honestly love, we keep hearing all these percentages about subtitles, so I love that even in this data, it was the 94% of players were saying they were using it. Although, there was the 7% who say that they don't need accessibility, or, it's fine. A lot of people are dealing with internalized ableism, and that's actually what that 7% was. You can tell them I said that. But one of the things I really wanted to be able to highlight here was through this data and how Armand was telling us to think about data. By looking at these metrics, you can think about how to have impact at scale. And that's what's really important. How do we help as many people as possible? And so as we go forward, please look at your data, think of it that way, and definitely check out the pilot. Again, able2play.com/pilot if you're interested in getting involved. So with that, we are going to take our afternoon break. We're going to have 20 minutes, and I will see you back here at 3:45. Thank you. gentle ASMR. Welcome back to the Game Accessibility Conference, your one-stop shop for all things game accessibility. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break. Got to eat some of those yogurt-covered pretzels we have back there, and those are pretty delicious. Do recommend. All right, so we are rolling into the final section of the day. 2 more full-length talks on game accessibility. Now, our next talk is another pre-record because as it turns out, when you're 8 months pregnant with an accessibility baby, the airlines and your doctors aren't super big on you flying. But Morgan has put together this wonderful talk on how EA is running their accessibility program and how they're doing it at scale. Morgan also wants you to know that, yes, she did record this both while 8 months pregnant and while not taking any ADHD meds. So please be proud of her, all right? All right, let's check out Morgan's video. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Baker, and I'm an Accessibility Development Director at Electronic Arts. Today's talk is titled Behind the Scenes, EA's Accessibility Program. What I'll cover today is a high-level overview of the program, how it works in practice, examples of services we provide, ideals and lessons learned along the way, which I'll have woven into this presentation, as well as I'll wrap up with the key takeaways, a TLDR if you didn't have a chance to watch this whole thing. I'll also be monitoring the Discord channel for any questions. 2 quick disclaimers for you. I won't be discussing compliance, and I've adjusted naming conventions and stripped out EA-specific lingo, and this is not for NDA purposes, but to make this talk a bit more approachable and relatable. Every company has their own unique terms. To get started then, I'm going to share a little bit about my own path to Electronic Arts. So I've been at Electronic Arts now for about 3.5 years. My career in accessibility began actually in education. Here I earned a master's degree and I worked as a specialist in post-secondary contexts. While I was living in Los Angeles, I would write and stream about my experience as someone who is completely deaf and has disabilities as well. Accessibility was and still is something I rely on hour to hour, day to day, week to week, every moment of my life. And so this is how I kind of fell into the field in the first place. As it turns out, developers were listening, and private messages led to studio invites, which led to contract work and full-time consultations. And I realized I was working 2 full-time jobs at that point. So I made the leap and became a game designer where I built design and implementation skills, as well as I gained an understanding of resourcing and technical leads, which are skills I still use today. I eventually joined EA as they were seeking a lead for accessibility to help out, and thanks to Tulay McNally, I joined the company a few years ago. And since I've joined, I've had the opportunity to support many titles like Dragon Age, Dead Space, Jedi Survivor, and multiple EA Sports franchises. So where am I right now in this organization? So I live in a player experience team, and I'm now serving as the Accessibility Development Director, which, yes, ADD, allow the jokes to commence. If you know, you know. I'm grateful to continue this work, supporting teams and players all across EA. With that background then, let's talk a little bit about the program itself. So, I want to share insights from my journey with this program. I'm going to give you a top-down view of how our program works for folks who are either building or running their own programs, or maybe for like players and consultants who are curious about the, quote, how the magic happens, I guess. So, another important note for you though, before I even delve into anything about what we do at EA, I want to make sure it's very clear that there is no single right way to run an accessibility program, especially in the context of games. Do what makes sense for your company. Find a common ground with the people you support. And some changes may be necessary, but you have to use your best judgment to decide where to push. For EA and for the context of how we work, the mission that helps drive us is delivering actionable insights so game teams can incorporate accessibility early and often. Think of my program as essentially Insights org that provides guidance and support. So the team then itself sits under operations, and this is home to many central functions for player experience orgs such as like user experience, player sentiment, certification, compliance, and me. Accessibility fits naturally here, as you can imagine, because things like UXR and sentiment and compliance testing is all very connected to it. I do want to point out a little bit about the program history, though. EA Accessibility has existed long before I've joined the company, and this is thanks to advocates and professionals like Karen Stevens, James Berg, and Ashley Hobbs, to name a few. Over time, the program evolved and moved into a sub-org called Signature Player Experience, and for context for you, that's essentially an organization that has a lot of different domains. So accessibility is one, PC experience is like another. And that's when I joined. I moved over there and helped level up to where we are now. The program purpose then, as you can see, is to provide actionable insights to game teams, and the goal is to integrate accessibility early and often in development. However, the program also contributes to larger initiatives. For example, the AGI tagging system ran by the ESA, as well as the Accessibility Patent Pledge, which is ran by EA's Global Affairs Department, which is like legal, and of course others as well. However, my program focuses primarily as much as possible on gaming software. Occasionally, just by the nature of accessibility, we'll collaborate with like EAIT, EA App, websites, but most of our resources go into games right now. As many folks may know, that's already a huge scope for a lean and mean team, especially we have dozens of projects constantly in development. Now that you see where the program sits, let's talk a little bit about the team itself. So you have myself. I am Director Lead Hello, and then I'm joined by 3 talented accessibility specialists. Each manages a portfolio of titles. They support with many core responsibilities, including evaluating titles, adjusting the quality findings of them, listening to players, gathering sentiment, creating design reviews, supporting workshops, and overall, to generalize, what they do is deliver actionable insights tailored to each team and product. We lean into each other's strengths to provide the best possible support. Although outside of this management for portfolio, I do encourage the specialists to own different parts of the program. So I'll say, like, for example, Andrew is our standard shepherd for everything quality. We have Bob, who is our all things tags guys and mobile accessibility. And we have Luke, who is a liaison for our tools and tech team, and many more other areas of influence. How we work with teams then is that our team, we do not dictate design or tell teams what to do. Developers are the experts of their games, and our role is to bring insights and design ideas through an accessibility lens. Sometimes we'll have a reality check though, and I have to be honest, where sometimes we'll have a game team that's like, please just tell me what to do. And that's especially prominent during like busier times in production. And of course we adapt accordingly. But while pictured here is 4 people, this work is grounded in the contributions of many across Electronic Arts. For example, we have Rob Cook, who is the one who innovated and brought forth what exists today as the EA Accessibility Standards. Without him, this program would not exist. We have Suzanne, Jess, you, and Russell, who were pivotal in workshops from a user research perspective. We have Kate Kellogg, who champions accessibility at the most executive level, and we have testers and quality designers who support like accessibility and perform testing literally on a daily basis. We have Rob McBroom, who advocates for accessible websites. We have Nat, who's pushing for accessibility in EAIT. We have Cara and Blanca, the creators of Fontic and Iris, and that's just to name a few central orgs. You can only imagine for studios how much more they even contribute to this. And this gives you the first key takeaway of this talk, which it takes a village to make games accessible. Accessibility cannot be done by one person. Trying to do so will lead to burnout and limit impact. In fact, we have a philosophy in our program. We don't see ourselves as a central ruler. Instead, we view ourselves as a support system for product teams. We listen, we provide actionable insights, and ultimately help teams so they can make informed decisions based off of their own context. This is not about a power thing. This isn't a rulership, a dictatorship, an ownership. We are one team across EA working together to champion accessibility, which actually EA has a thing that's like #OneTeam, which we definitely lean into. In fact, language matters, and I remember this is something David Tisserand talked about in his own talk, and something we adopted as well, where our core team tends to avoid things like I, me, you, your. Instead, we use we and our. So the implication here being this isn't me, my stuff, this isn't you, your stuff, this is us, this is for our work, this is for our players, and it truly takes everyone to make a game accessible. Now I want to talk a little bit about how we work with teams then. So when we engage, we make contact with a game project very early in production. This is typically to translate for everyone, like feature planning or pre-production. Sometimes it can be earlier depending on the product, and that's a lot of fun for us. The first steps is we outline the services we can offer. Then we have an interactive discussion with the team and our team to decide together what makes the most sense for this product and where it is at the moment and its goals. There's different ways teams will engage with us. Some will want to start out with an accessible design workshop, but others may only have the bandwidth to do standard testing. And I've seen some arrive with fully outlined accessibility plans already in place, including KPIs and goals. In fact, this is your next key takeaway. A wise man once said, "Trust is hard to gain, but easy to lose." That wise man was David Tisserand. And why I bring this up is because accessibility in games requires constant trust and a partnership. Remember how I mentioned earlier, we're not a policing role. This is a collaboration in how we will insert ourselves to help make the product most accessible as possible. This is not some sort of dictatorship or like central me team. So we sometimes will have to dispel the compliance myth. So it's an easy assumption when we first engage with game team, they may assume accessibility team is compliance team. And that's not really true. We're here to support all areas of game development and not just check a box. So the one way we try to build trust, for example, is we never leave a question unanswered, even if the answer has to be, I don't know, let's find out together. We also make sure to manage expectations accordingly, especially when we're engaging with game teams early. Some teams may assume we have an infinite amount of resources or we can handle implementation, and that is not the case. Although the Respawn director keeps subtly threatening me that he's going to toss me an engine one day. Please don't do it. It's a slippery slope. But it's important to clarify what we can and we cannot do for the game teams. However, I will often ask me personally as the director when working with these game teams if they have anything, needs or questions or concerns outside the current boundaries. This helps us build business cases for future resources and tools. Like an example is the workshops where we constantly got the request, we want to work more with players. But overall for this, it involves empathy and understanding, listening to the game team's needs, not just what we think they need. But trust grows when game teams feel heard and fully supported. So then let's talk a little bit about how we work with the game teams and examples of services. So I've broken this up into 4 simple sections. EA, we have our own lingo and our own, we have fancy frameworks and stuff like that. But really, you could just boil it down to 4 little areas here. So, for example, we have workshops, which is a first touch point for many of our game teams. This is where they will meet with advisors who are like player consultants and experts, and gives the game team an opportunity to build empathy and gain context, with the ultimate goal of these workshops is to understand the game team's needs and leave with clear action items to help best support our players. For example, FC has had, I've lost count of how many workshops at this point. From there, we have road mapping, where we'll work with teams to set targets and priorities. Context for you. So we have something called the EA Accessibility Standards, which is a list of things that we can objectively measure in a game to tell if it's meeting or exceeding player expectations. So like, for example, does the game have subtitles, and are they actually good? Things that can be very simply measured in this way. And so one thing that teams will do is we'll target set with them using these standards, and then they will use those targets to inform design throughout production. We'll also, too, in terms of road mapping, provide benchmarking and market analyses, so providing standards data for other similar titles. Like, so an example would be like Madden would like to see what FC is performing and doing to help make sure that they're meeting the company expectations. We'll also generally help identify what success looks like for that specific title. So this is like outside the standards, because standards is things that you can look at for like any game versus going outside of the box. So like an example would be if a game has a particular risk for motor or vision, we'll dig deeper into the design to provide actionable insights on how this could be approached for that title. This then leads into the full production aspect, where we're constantly providing insights. This includes like design reviews, mini workshops, standards testing, where we'll do like cycle testing, and general just research and consultation. So these insights are always tailored and contextual to the game team and what they're working on at the moment. So an example will be like a design review for FC26 high contrast mode to help determine if contrast is enough. An example of a mini workshop would be like with Dead Space to help understand how to implement innovative designs for cognition. And an example of like a test run would be like doing a run for Dragon Age based off of their targets and the list of standards, so that they can better understand if they're meeting baseline subtitle goals. Not only do they exist, but are they meeting industry expectations for size, color, and font? From there, we have the last category, which is validation. This is the final stage and tends to be towards the end of production, sometimes rolls into post-launch. And this is ensuring that commitments translate into the finished product. So we'll do things like tags validation, final status reports, and release watches, which I'll explain what those are. But like an example would be like testing for the Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox storefronts to determine if the tags are meeting expectations. Another example is like, let's say, a final test run of the standards for NHL, so the game team can see and the company can know if they're meeting standards, and it'll help inform us for future installments. We also have an example of like a release watch, which this is essentially a player sentiment report. An example of one that we've done was like for Jedi Survivor to help inform their high contrast mode patch that came in within a year of launch. However, I do want to point out to you, this is a lot of information, and I feel like if you're probably watching the recording of this, you're probably pausing a lot, and that's good. It's okay. But I do want to point out to you that this isn't a linear pipeline. Teams can enter at different stages depending on needs, and teams may pick and choose. Some things will always happen, though, like the validation phase will always happen, but maybe some teams want a target set, or maybe some teams want to just do workshops. We always work with them. I do want to note, though, that all this is executed by our specialists on our team who leverage internal resources and relationships to get this work done. Don't worry, I don't leave them alone. They have myself, and we have like user research and lots of other teams that we partner with to get all these data. Some people may think that a specialist is saying like, what is wrong with the game, picking up the software, and I like to joke that's probably actually the easiest part of accessibility. What is hard is providing clear action, balancing game team priorities and needs, managing stakeholders, and adapting quickly to different asks or sudden production changes. In fact, this is kind of a key point in your next takeaway here, which is engagement is flexible and contextual. Not every team needs or wants the same support, and that's okay. In fact, your takeaway here is no two games are made the same. The core principle is adapt accordingly. You have to embrace this adaptability and flexibility, especially since every team is different. They have different resources, experiences, constraints, maturity levels. A one size does not fit all that we can do. You need to have different strategies. In fact, recently I was doing like an onboarding with a few new folks over in our department. And they're like, do we have like a framework or like a standardized way? And I'm like, yes, but it's just that. It's just a framework. They're meant to be guidelines for how we engage with folks. Like an example for you is when we have like sports titles versus action RPGs. These are practically different worlds in terms of production. What works for one doesn't translate to the other. There are some consistent things though, like early involvement is far more effective than retrofitting. But we do have the reality check of sometimes you have to jump in when you jump in and make it work. So like, for example, some teams are too far along to do a workshop, but have plenty of time to do some target setting and receive validation. It is honestly a balancing act where making games accessible, you have to balance ideal accessibility goals with practical timelines and constraints of the product's development. Now, with all this in mind, I want to take a quick look with you at a specific and very recent service that we executed. So we have here, and I'm reading straight from the slide now, is workshops. Accessible design workshops exist to help game teams elevate their understanding of accessibility, as well as develop very early action items for them to use throughout production to ensure the game is as accessible as possible. So a very recent example, and FC26 actually has its own talk. They'll give way more depth, so I'm just giving the TLDR highlight, go watch their talk. But we have the FC26 game team where we had game devs interview accessible design advisors, and these are player consultants who are experts of their experience and accessibility. And this helped learn, build empathy, and gather actionable insights contextual to that specific game. Not just general advice like subtitle good, which, gosh, I could say that, but talking very specifically about what barriers exist in FC that causes frustration and, friction for them. From there, we have a synthesized moment where we'll look at the insights and ideas. So the game devs will translate the insights into game-specific themes and concepts. Then devs will practice incorporating those insights through ideation activities where we encourage folks to shoot for the moon, think as much as possible on how we can elevate this entire product. And after the workshop from there, we do continuous follow-up where the game devs will follow up on the insights and we provide specialist support accordingly, which you can see pictured here. There is a town hall where they're showcasing their high contrast mode and a very, very early iteration of said high contrast mode. In fact, this kind of goes into my next and last key takeaway for you, which accessibility in games requires nothing about us without us. Meaning, and this is a expression, that players with lived experiences must be part of the process and product development. In the past year, we have welcomed over a dozen accessibility consultants. And as I mentioned, these are player experts from our community, and they directly contributed to things like I showed you workshops, but we also had like deeper design conversations. Their perspective brings authenticity and relevance that we can't create alone. We are also constantly gathering player sentiment through our launch reports, which I mentioned earlier. Yes, we are reading. Yes, we are watching. Please keep talking more about our games because honestly, without your feedback, many high impact features would not exist today. Examples for FC and impact, we had like Victor Bronco, Wobbly Gamer, we have Dan Bellis who joined us, and James Toland. And outside of FC, we have plenty of gamers and like players. I'm trying to think, like we had Steve Saylor, Jay Justice, Chris Robinson, Ross Minor, just to name a few off the top of my head. We've had a lot of folks and probably dozens of contracts just within the past year with them, but at least over a dozen accessibility consultants. So we're busy over here. But in this case, for the example of FC26, we invited these 4 folks to come in and do workshops, and the direct result, which I showed earlier, was a high contrast mode, stadium shadows options, also known as the Victor option, and a pitch contrast slider. Why this all matters is our services and reviews are important for my program, but they can never fully replace lived experiences. Community input makes features usable, meaningful, and grounded, and helps us understand feature value too, answering the question, do people actually need this? And the answer is yes, please. So looking forward for our program as we continue to grow, we are, in many ways, I say, just getting started. And one thing I would love to do more, and our team is very aligned on, is expanding so we have more involvement with the players, whether it be through more of these workshops, more consistent play testing, and just anything we can do to ensure more direct involvement throughout development cycles, with the ultimate goal of not just reviewing accessibility, but co-creating and co-designing alongside the community. Accessibility then is a journey, and it's not something that we can be solved overnight. Hence why I say it feels like it's only just the beginning for us over here. We have examples of impact over the couple years that I've been over at EA. So for example, FC26 with the high contrast mode, F1 with audio assist, Battlefield 6 with tinnitus relief filters, we have Dragon Age with highlighted options, Dead Space with expanded settings, and Jedi Survivor launching a post patch for high contrast modes. And not pictured here is the tools that we've created, including text size and contrast checker, Fontic, spelled Fonttik. And then we also have Iris, which is a photosensitivity testing tool. Both of these were built inside of EA and then outsourced to the industry, which kind of shows you a little bit of our philosophy that we're not here to just improve our games, but we want just all players to be able to play all games, and so we're happy to contribute in the ways that we can. The key takeaway for this then is accessibility is an ongoing journey, and it's important to celebrate every single win, no matter the size. Every feature, tool, improvement is worth celebrating progress because it all adds up. I always say that if we can open the door for one more player, that's enough for me. Just in time for PowerPoint to crash, but we're here to wrap it up. So we've covered a lot today, so let's bring it together with our 4 key takeaways. So the first is it takes a village. Accessibility can't be done alone or by one person or one team. Success comes from a collective effort across studios, central orgs, and the community. Our next key takeaway is accessibility in games requires constant trust. This is a partnership. So you need to build trust through transparency, clear boundaries, and empathy. Our next point is no 2 games are made the same. Adapt accordingly. Meet game teams to where they are and adjust your strategies from there. Lastly, and certainly not least, the accessibility in games requires nothing about us without us. Community voices are essential, and lived experiences can't be replaced by standards alone. So we need to have co-design sessions and direct involvement throughout production. A closing message then for you is accessibility is a journey, not a destination. Celebration is very important, and you should be celebrating every single win, whether big or small. Like I said, even if it's just opening one more door, that's enough. Together, we can make games more inclusive, more enjoyable for everyone. So, thank you then for your time and attention. I'll now be watching the Discord channel for any questions. I'm MomoXMia on all socials, and you can find me on LinkedIn too under Morgan Baker. Thanks again for having us for this GA conference, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, Morgan, for that amazing talk and being so active in the Discord with your, as you referred to it, live director's commentary. I thought that was fabulous. You know, Morgan, of course, did a great little recap at the end of her talk, which makes me doing a recap feel a little silly, but I'm going to do it anyway. As Morgan said, it takes a village to make a game accessible. But something that Morgan just only kind of hinted at, I mean, she can only put so much in a talk, is the other reason that having it be a village is important. It means that it's become part of the culture. When you have more than one person working in accessibility as a group, you know it's no longer dependent on you personally. And then if you leave, it's still part of the culture and the game will still have accessibility going forward. So making it a village is incredibly important. And to have a safe, happy, secure village, you need trust. And I love that she brought back the wise words of Mr. David Tisserand to talk about that, because you do have to have trust. If you are not trusted, if you don't have mutual respect in that trust, you're not going to get anywhere, right? And you will naturally build that trust with the teams, with your team, with your developers, with all of your co-creators in this great gaming experiment when you work together to balance needs, priorities, and reality. One of the things that Morgan had hit on was, being flexible and contextual and adapting, because you have to know what the ideal is, but you have to deal with practical reality. If you show up and are always shooting for perfect, again, we kind of hit on this earlier, if you're shooting for perfect all the time, and you don't give grace for reality, real deadlines, real things that are happening, weird technology constraints that are like left over from a game you made 4 games ago, but that bug was there and now you still have it because you share code, you're going to lose that trust because it doesn't feel like you're coming at the conversation with honesty and meeting the team where they are. And having that trust is so, so important. And, I lastly just want to thank Morgan, also thanked Anna Weissmeyer up here in the front in the Discord for sharing the Game Accessibility Workshop Toolkit. I also want to thank Morgan and everyone else at EA for their sharing of their tools, because as someone who's at a role now where I'm building out a new accessibility program, having free shit is really nice. So like those things really, really make a difference. And if you haven't already got the opportunity to look at these resources available, please look them up. And, in addition to that, Xbox is always also putting out other awesome stuff, from like the accessible event playbook to all of that as well. So like, don't be afraid to, I always call it steal. Don't be afraid to steal from others. If I were filling out like my Microsoft impact survey thing that I have you do every year, think of it as you're building on the success of others. Yeah, no, I worked at Microsoft for 7 years, Anna. That is locked in here. I'm never getting rid of that. And with that, we are going to take another short break, and we'll be back with our last talk of the day. So I will see you at 4:25. Thanks. Hello, and welcome back to Game Accessibility Radio. All right. Welcome back from the break, everyone. And here we are, getting ready to wrap up the end of day one. Now, this talk is also another pre-recorded talk, but it's one that I'm really excited to share. So South of Midnight was a title that was in development at Xbox when I was still there. And I was lucky enough to go and visit Compulsion while they were working on this. And the love that they showed for not only me showing up as, you know, just a support player, but the care that they put into crafting the character was so amazing. And so this was definitely one of the projects that, like, I was sad to walk away from when I left Xbox. So I was so excited when it finally got announced and we all got to see the beauty that was this title. So as we close out today, we're going to get to learn and enjoy just everything about the accessibility in South of Midnight by Compulsion. So let's check it out. Oh, and thanks, Ian, for the espresso martini.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to our talk. I'm coming to you from the past in this pre-recorded talk, and I'm here to share with you all a bit about the accessibility journey we took on South of Midnight, with a deep dive on two features, Skip and the Guiding Strand. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Neil Singh, and I'm a Senior User Experience Designer here at Compulsion Games. I've been in the games industry for just over 20 years, spending most of my career as a user interface and UX designer at Next Level Games, and for the past 5 years as a user experience designer and accessibility champ at Compulsion Games. There are many people responsible for what I will be talking about, and it is my pleasure to be presenting on behalf of the entire team. For those of you unfamiliar with South of Midnight or Compulsion Games, first of all, how dare you? We are a Montreal-based Xbox Game Studios developer known for the games Contrast and We Happy Few. Our latest title, South of Midnight, is a third-person action-adventure set in a mystical version of the American South, blending Southern Gothic storytelling with supernatural elements. Players control the main character Hazel, a young woman who discovers she is a weaver with the ability to manipulate spiritual strands. These mystical threads not only guide her through the world, but also help her in combat against folkloric creatures. Throughout her journey, Hazel unravels her family's tragic history while navigating atmospheric environments filled with both wonder and danger. Shameless plug number 1. It's available on Game Pass and Steam right now, wink wink. Shameless plug number 2. Here's the trailer for South of Midnight.
There's a fine line between mercy and justice, ain't that right, Hazel Flood? You chose a hard road for yourself.
Hazel, please, it isn't safe! We got a long journey ahead. I'm always fast enough!
It's not safe out there, Hazel. If I was the one missing, she wouldn't stop looking.
Crouton?
What the? And this ain't even the weirdest thing I've seen today. I'm seeing these things.
You can see strands. And now you're looking for a creature. You're a weaver, aren't you?
Hello?
There's something big out there.
Take this and go find your mama.
I'll come back.
You better. I gotta know how this tale of Hazel ends.
begins now.
Mama?
This wasn't our first attempt at accessibility in the studio, but now with a larger team and access and support of Xbox games accessibility and Xbox user research, we felt we could entertain a much wider scope of accessibility features than we had previously. But where to start? Clara, our lead UI designer at the time, reaching out to Xbox games accessibility, led by Tara Volker at the time, was to be the start of this journey. Clara really spent the time finding out what accessibility meant and why we as a studio should care about it, leading us along this journey. Working with Tara, there were two things we could do right away. The Xbox Accessibility's Essentials list was very helpful to us in determining what set of features we would develop. This was a list compiled by Xbox to help studios determine a set of features that at its base would be a solid foundation for accessibility. Each feature also had a set of upgrades studios could do to improve each essential. Studios could also go above and beyond the standard and develop showcase features by improving quality or innovating. Another thing we did was participate in an inclusive design workshop arranged by Xbox for us. An inclusive design workshop is an opportunity to connect and collaborate with players, including those with disabilities, to create features that are accessible to the widest range of players. In our inclusive design workshop, we were able to collaborate with several players who shared their challenges in playing games. Those challenges included mobility issues, low vision, autism, and deafness. Throughout the session, we were able to brainstorm impactful features we may not have otherwise developed and gain a better understanding of the features we had been considering. We are grateful to have been able to spend the time with these players and continue consulting throughout production to make sure the features were meeting the needs to the best of our ability. During the IDW, our interactions with players who had low vision particularly stood out. Since our game featured narrative-heavy content with platforming and combat elements, navigation became crucial. Getting from location to location emerged as one of the most productive areas we explored during the IDW and presented a clear opportunity for innovation. You might be wondering why we chose to focus on players with low vision and not fully blind players. This was a tough choice, but it was a more attainable goal given our studio size and resources at the time, as we also wanted to make sure we could implement those features for as many players as we could. Once we had started developing the features in the Essentials list, we had to decide on how best to upgrade them. By choosing to focus on how to support players with low vision, it set the direction for us on how to upgrade those features and develop unique ones. To keep the accessibility efforts alive and moving forward, we also established an Accessibility Champs program who met once a month and as necessary across the entire production. Having several advocates, connectors, and consultants across the various teams made a real difference in terms of awareness, support, and implementation. It is also worth mentioning that a smaller group were also meeting quite actively to discuss the progress and design of features every week. I don't want to give you the impression that all of this went perfectly smoothly and everything just fell into place and we did not have any internal turmoil. It didn't, and there was. But this is another talk altogether, and spoiler alert, it only made us stronger and we delivered a set of features for accessibility that we were all very proud of. As mentioned earlier, the Xbox Accessibility Essentials were a great starting point, and we wanted to ensure we covered the base level of the Essentials list at least, and put in the extra effort in the features that would support players with low vision. You can see here many of the options and settings for controls, language, audio, graphics, gameplay, interface, and accessibility-specific features, along with features outside of the options menu we ended up delivering. Before we deep dive into the skip and guiding strand features, there are two components I think are worth briefly talking about. It is hard to talk about South of Midnight without mentioning stop motion. One of the core art concepts of the game is stop motion animation. The choice to selectively animate characters and environmental assets was made to further evoke a creepy and stylized quality to the game. We were inspired by the work that Clyde Henry Productions had done for their short film titled Madam Tootly Pootly, to make the world feel digitally handmade. We were aware of the visual sensitivities and that motion sickness was a possible problem for this type of art. Even though it was core to the game's design, we needed an alternative option for those who experience discomfort from this stop-motion effect. When the game released, a setting was included to choose to disable the stop-motion style animations. Adjusting the stop-motion effect allowed for a smoother gameplay visual experience. The second component are the additional audio cues. As we got nearer to completing the game and we had digested more feedback, we felt there was something more we could do on the audio side to help players identify items they could interact with by adding audio cues when close to important items and collectibles. The ping is at a higher pitch near environmental obstacles and echo objects, and a lower pitch plays when near items like knots, health coils, and floofs are in-game currency. While these don't entirely solve for the needs of players with no vision, they can help some players who need extra audio cues to help direct their attention. Now let's take a deep dive into those two features I mentioned earlier. The skip feature and the guiding strand. The guiding strand, as you may now have guessed, was born out of the Inclusive Design Workshop and was developed very early in production and iterated over the course of production, while the skip feature was born out of a debug feature we had for development. Let's start with the skip feature. This feature allows players to skip over all or some activities in the game without skipping any narrative content. Combat, boss encounters, and chase sequences can be skipped at any point during these activities if the option was turned on in the gameplay or accessibility options. The player would see a UI prompt on the screen once the activity had begun and could skip with a single input. Here you can see the prompts on the bottom right, followed by a confirmation screen and the return to gameplay with combat being skipped. Why did we do this? Why not just make these areas more accessible? To be honest, we struggled a bit with how to make combat, boss encounters, and the chase sequences as accessible as other areas of the game. We had spent a long time iterating these features right up until the end of production, and as a result, given the time and limited resources we had, it was a challenge to make it as accessible as we wanted. We did manage to have fast holds, remappable controls, a lock-on feature, camera follow, colorblind profiles, audio and haptics, etc., but we felt this may not be enough for players with cognitive and motor disabilities. In the video, you can see some of these options as they appear in the menus. Fortunately, we did have a solution that could work for everyone. We already had a debug feature that allowed us developers to play the game and teleport to various checkpoints in the game. A useful feature if you need to get somewhere without having to play the game from the start to test certain features or see how your work has been implemented, etc. Unfortunately, this was not designed to be a feature of the game, but it was clear it needed to be. If we could do it, it would not only be an accessibility feature, but also a way for all players to further customize their experience by letting players choose which areas they wanted to have the skip option for. Fortunately, again, a lot of the work had already been done to make this work. The checkpoint tool we had developed on its face was quite good and seemed to do all the things we needed it to do. This was going to be easy. Famous last words, of course. As some of you know, debug features don't always easily translate to game features. When we began implementing, the problem soon arose, and the degree to which this was not a full game feature yet became painfully obvious. It took a lot of debugging across multiple areas of the game, including cinematics, respawning, inventory, and visual glitches, to name a few. Compromises were made also. In combat, for example, if you chose to skip, you didn't go straight to the narrative. The player still has to perform an action to trigger it, which normally happens at the end of combat anyways, but it wasn't exactly how we wanted it. In general, it has been received quite well amongst players and critics. Some remarked that it removed barriers for them, including those who struggled with fast actions, mechanics, and reflex-based gameplay, and allowed additional customization to tuning difficulty settings and also reduced frustration. One player's comment stood out to us in particular. As a totally blind gamer, I was able to play the first 2 chapters on my own, skip boss fights or chases. Settings empower players to tailor the experience to their needs. Victor Dima. And now to our second feature, the Guiding Strand. Narratively, the Guiding Strand is Hazel's way of using her newly found powers to find her way through the world. From a gameplay perspective, it is a player-activated guidance tool they acquire in the early part of the game. To make it as accessible as possible, it can be enabled from the beginning, during the initial boot up of the game, or any time afterwards. It was designed to help players navigate the world, reach objectives, or find their way back to the main path. It features spatialized audio with some attenuation so you can really hear if the strand was going forward and then left, or forward and then right, and to some degree up, provided you had a spatializer in your headphones. What it does not do is not show the player step by step how to get through the game. It will show the general path, but the player needs to decide how they will follow it using the actions available to them at the time. The player can set the duration and length of the guiding strand, enable or disable the camera orient feature, which when it is activated, the player character will automatically face the direction of the strand, which can be particularly useful for players with low vision, cognitive, or motor disabilities. An audio beacon can also be enabled. The audio beacon works a little like Forza's blind driving assist, which was one of our inspirations. More on this later. Now, what you are seeing is of course the final version, but how did we get here? The initial idea for what was then called the Golden Path, and later Helper Strand, came out of a breakout session during the Inclusive Design Workshop. Brainstorming led us to the idea that we could guide players with low vision on the main path with some sort of visible line and simple audio the player could easily follow. This image is from the Inclusive Design Workshop breakout session, and as you can see, everyone was excited for this to become a feature. It was very soon after the Inclusive Design Workshop, one of our programmers, Stefan, had a bit of time and in his words, went a bit rogue, and quickly built a working prototype shown here. As excited as we all were, there wasn't an immediate need for this, as we were so early in development. Some improvements were made for a short while, as you can see here, but for a long time afterward, this remained untouched in favor of higher priority items. It was, however, not forgotten. I think it was about a year later that work resumed. There were technical challenges to overcome if we were to get this into a usable state for us, the developers, and the players. The original prototype involved hand placing a spline, which if you are familiar with our game would be prohibitively expensive and an unreasonable way to go about implementing it. What really needed to happen was making it so the path could be somehow auto-generated. This took some time and brought the scale of the task down to a realistic and more manageable one. Programmers saved the day again. The development of this wasn't without its internal concerns. One concern was if we really did need it. There was a time when scope was a real issue that needed to be addressed, so everything was up for assessment. If we cut it, was there going to be enough for players to get through all the levels? Another argument for cutting it was that it was too much of a cruise control for players, and that having such a tool disengaged the player from the world we were creating. Now in hindsight, this turned out not to be true, but those things needed to be considered. But letting go of this as an accessibility feature would be something we would fight against, and if dropping the polish, resources, and effort it would require to be a gameplay feature would get us there, then that would be a win in our books. So how did it become a gameplay feature? What was originally intended as an accessibility feature eventually transformed to a navigation feature because it really solved our problem of players getting lost in the levels. Despite our best efforts to support pathfinding in diegetic ways with visual language, audio, and other more subtle cues using animals, we were still getting the feedback of players getting lost. It just made sense to push forward and make this a gameplay feature for all players. It didn't take long for us to integrate it seamlessly into the world we were creating. By incorporating it into Hazel's abilities and leveraging the thread and woven nature of her magic skills and the world of Weavers, we achieved a significant win. You can see here how well it does look and feel after a lot of effort from our art and programming teams. A bonus of sorts was that because we were able to have such a high contrast quality to it, it worked in all the environments and lighting conditions we have, helping out players with low vision even more. But what else could we do? To answer that, there is an aspect of this that we think is worth talking about, and that is the audio beacon component. As we got closer to the final guiding strand being implemented and we could use it as intended, we realized there was an opportunity to push it even further and add a more advanced audio component to it. Inspired by Forza's blind driving assist, and who we even reached out to for some guidance, pun intended, we added a tone which pans it left or right or center to let you know whether you were in line with the guiding strand or either side of it. We also added an element that pitched the beacon lower the further from the strand you were. The tone itself can be adjusted from standard to high or a low tone depending on the player's preference. We think, and maybe you all agree, the guiding strand is a pretty good example of how accessible design not only makes your game more usable for some players, but ultimately improves the experience for everyone. In the end, we were happy that most of the feedback reflected what we had set out to accomplish for players with low vision. During production, we had play-tested the features with a lot of good feedback and other improvements. Some we could fix, others we could not. The feature being locked behind narrative progress and not being able to turn it on from the beginning we had fixed, but having audio indicators for jump, wall run, etc. were missing to fully support blind players, which we already knew and was unfortunately out of our scope and budget, but still decided to do as much as we could because we didn't want to let that stop us from delivering an otherwise good feature. We were happy that players and critics recognized that the strand itself made navigation easier for players. Having the beacon made it possible for visually impaired players to orient themselves, and the settings allow players to customize it to their individual needs. I think this quote from Can I Play That reinforces the positive impact of these features, highlighting their role in making the game more accessible and enjoyable for visually impaired players. In general, the accessibility features that we delivered were received positively. We set out to do something very ambitious, and for the most part, we succeeded. We didn't ship every feature we set out to, and we didn't complete some features to the level we wanted, but what we did do made the game more accessible to players, which was the real goal. Players with low vision were not only excited to play the game, but were actually able to do so in a meaningful and mostly independent way. We are proud of the work we had done, and what we weren't able to do only fueled the desire to build on and make better the features for the next games we make. I think Steve Saylor summed it up pretty well in this review. It's just short of being great. One more thought we would like to leave you with. One of the best pieces of advice that carried us through to the end of production came from Tara Volker, and it was this. When a feature is designed, it often contains a lot of aspirations, and we of course aim to realize all of them. We also do the best we can to not have flaws, but when the reality of production hits, we need to face it and look at what we can actually do and make sure that it will have an impact and be functional for as many players as possible, and not worry too much about the fact that it may not be perfect or benefit all players. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. Thank you for listening to our talk, and we hope there was something in it you can take with you.
I think that's such a great talk to end the day on, because I think as we went through and we watched that, we got to see so many of the lessons and thoughts that we've heard throughout the day kind of rolled up into shipping an actual project. You know, as Morgan said, it takes a village to make a game accessible. And one of the things that was highlighted was that Compulsion had their own internal accessibility champions. So at Xbox, I gave a whole talk, like there were accessibility champions at Xbox, but they made their own little web off of our champion's web to have it embedded in their studio, which again meant that there were people everywhere thinking about accessibility. And, it is fun to be like, oh yeah, like I remember when Clara reached out and we made this like giant spreadsheet, but you know what? What really made the accessibility happen was the people who Clara first started talking to, and they're me like, oh yeah, like I'm sold, let's do this together. And then the whole studio rising to make accessibility happen. They became the village. And, just two other things to just quickly hit on, because I know it's the end of the day and we went a little bit over, so I won't ramble too much. Like number one, it was actually just last Friday, the Game Accessibility Conference was highlighted on the Seattle Indies live streams. And one of the things that I talked about was like ship your debug features. So many great accessibility things were originally debug features, right? And just look, they don't have to be perfect, but if someone said it's so great in Discord, if your QA has to use it for some reason to get their testing done, you can bet that there's a player who's going to want it for the exact same reason, right? So like, that's an easy win. Figure out what debug feature you can ship. But also I loved that this also reinforced that accessibility design was good design. They built a feature for accessibility first, and then realized it just made the game better. And so many times that is true for accessibility. And, as it was said at the end, oh, it was just short of great. They didn't get quite everything they wanted in, but the real goal was to make the game more accessible to players. And they did reach that goal. They made that happen. And now that they've got this under their belt, what can they do on the next one? Because they've already got this stuff out of the way, right? You can be incrementally better game over game, and you can still have fantastic progress. So let's give one more round of the talk, round of applause for our final talk of the day. As we close out today, I want to give another quick round of thank yous to our sponsors. Again, Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox at Gold, Riot Games, Descriptive Video Works, the Accessible Games Initiative, and Amazon Games at Silver, and at Bronze, Ubisoft, Shell Games, Playtest Cloud, Bungie, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, and Shara. And actually, hold on, one more thing. Ian, I need you. Come on. I didn't stutter. Come here. Last year, I was lucky enough to get a gift from Tommy from Reed Speaker. You were unable to receive it. And so now, you have to be on camera. There you go. Can you please open your gift? Oh my God. It's a bat in Berg. So thank you again so much for that. I have mine at home on my shelf. If you're ever in a meeting with me, it's behind me. But I want to thank you so much for coming today. I want to thank you to our amazing live captioners today, as well as our ASL team. They rolled with the punches this morning. And thank you so much. You guys have been fantastic. And with that, we are wrapping up day one, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone.